Thomason. A U.S. Army helicopter has crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says 2 crew members were rescued. They were not injured. Mr. Trump is upbeat about the prospects for an Iran peace deal, and soon. He says we're very close to having a very good, strong, powerful deal, adding an agreement could be signed in 2 or 3 days. Israel and Iran have quit attacking each other. President Trump had appealed to both sides to knock it off.
In a brief conversation with President Trump, I asked him what he had said to Benjamin Netanyahu to try to persuade him to stop the retaliatory attacks on Iran. He said he'd told the Israeli Prime Minister, "We have to use common sense. We're very close to signing a very powerful deal, a very good deal." Mr. Trump was concerned that Israeli airstrikes could derail those ongoing peace talks with Tehran. President Trump later told Axios that he had told Mr. Netanyahu, "Bibi, you better be careful or you will be on your own very soon."
The BBC's Sarah Smith. His redistricting strategy is producing some unexpected consequences for California's Democratic governor.
Democrats are being shut out of California's 40th congressional district, despite a redistricting effort backed by Governor Gavin Newsom that was designed to put the seat in play. 2 Republicans have advanced out of the primary, leaving Democrats off the November ballot entirely. The outcome marks an unexpected setback for Newsom's redistricting plan, after a district reshaped to weaken Republicans ended up guaranteeing a Republican victory instead. Willie Nelson, Los Angeles.
Voters in Maine and Nevada, South Carolina, and North Dakota heading to the polls today for primary elections. Maine's high-stakes U.S. Senate contest has been generating a lot of interest. On Wall Street this morning, Dow futures 122 points higher. The Nasdaq futures are up 237 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Apple is unveiling new artificial intelligence features, this week's annual conference for developers.
Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference is focusing on software. It features Siri AI. Apple's Mike Rockwell says it's a much more capable assistant.
It's also more conversational, so you can go back and forth like never before and get detailed, engaging answers.
Apple has gotten off to a rough start on AI. Craig Federighi says unlike the competitors, Apple's AI is a privacy-centered approach. This is the last WWDC featuring CEO Tim Cook. John Turnus takes over for Cook at Apple in September. I'm Ed Donahue.
China reports exports picked up pace last month, rising 19.4% from a year ago. That was stronger than economists had been expecting. It was an improvement from April's 14.1% year-on-year export growth. Exports have remained robust despite the Iran war, supported by shipments of autos and tech. Townhall.com. 3 more cases of the New World screwworm have been confirmed, including one outside Texas, demonstrating the difficulty of stopping a pest that could potentially devastate the nation's cattle industry. The Ag Department says the new cases were found in a dog from New Mexico and hundreds of miles away in a goat and calf in Texas. An accident claims the life of an award-winning American historian.
Gordon Wood was a renowned historian. His book, The Radicalism of the American Revolution, won a Pulitzer in 1993. Police say the 92-year-old died Sunday after he was struck by a car in a supermarket parking lot in East Providence, Rhode Island. A professor emeritus at Brown University, Wood claimed a middle ground between conventional great man narratives and the more egalitarian scholarship that emerged in the 1960s. His works became standard reference for discussions on the colonial period. Filmmaker Ken Burns praised Wood as a teacher of generations of students and other historians. I'm Jennifer King.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to HealthyCell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. HealthyCell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Sol Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Sol Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Sol Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Happy Tuesday morning, listening family. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hub. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. Another homestand headed up for the Squirrels starting tonight against Harrisburg. First pitch at 7:05. High in the meantime today, rather mild for June, 82 degrees, a low of 70. Right now the temperature is 56 in the River City. Moving on to the nation's capital. High today of 83, a low of 68 with a possible storm. Right now the temperature is 63 degrees in Washington. The Nats outpaced the Giants yesterday 4-3. They'll face off again starting at 9:45 tonight. In Atlanta, High today of 82. Could be stormy. A low of 67 tonight. Right now, the temperature is 72. The Braves begin a series in Chicago versus the White Sox. Hey, they'll be playing at Barack Obama's favorite place to catch a game, Kaminsky Park. Kaminsky Park. Not Comiskey. Kaminsky. Anyway, they'll start that face-off at 7:40 tonight. Nashville, you're looking at a high of 87 and stormy. A low of 72 tonight, still with a possible storm. Right now, the temperature is 74 degrees and rainy. Philadelphia, you got to be happy this morning. The Phils topped the Jays in Canada 5-2 yesterday. They'll square off again beginning at 7:07 tonight. A high in the city of brotherly love today of 83, a low of 66. Right now, the temperature is 57 in eastern Pennsylvania. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 82, a low of 69, possible storms. Right now, the temperature in By God, West Virginia is 71 degrees. All right, Yinzers. Well, if the sweep over the Buccos for the Braves this past weekend wasn't enough, the world champion Dodgers come to town for a series starting tonight. 6:40 p.m., first pitch, Paul Skeens on the mound. Let's see if the Pirates can get off the skid with him pitching. They've lost 4 straight when he starts. High today in the 412 of 82, possible storms. Still possible storms tonight with a low of 71. Right now, the temperature is also 71 in the Steel City. JF's got to be in a good mood today. The Astros outpaced the Angels 5-4 last night for a win. The road team wins again in the NBA Finals as the Spurs top the Knicks at MSG 115-111. The Knicks now lead that series 2-1, and a Texas judge, a Lubbock, Texas judge no less, has reinstated embattled Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby, clearing him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. An excited Sorsby said, "I'm overjoyed. This is exactly what I bet would happen." Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the incomparable John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Nearly 5 months into 2026, we've lost icons, pioneers, legends, and household names. Chuck Norris, Neil Sedaka, Robert Duvall, Catherine O'Hara. Saturday will mark the swan song of yet another icon.
Hey, I want to dance with somebody.
Nope. No, not a person, but rather a beverage.
What do you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Close. It's Schlitz, once the largest brewery in the world. Beer Business Daily cites a Milwaukee Sentinel story that Wisconsin Brewing Company will brew the final batch on May 23rd. The story reflects on how they changed the recipe in the 70s, making it suck worse than it already did, so it went away only to be resurrected by Pabst in 2008, but now it's over. Maybe you have fond Schlitz memories? The fridge stocked with the stuff with the ring pull tops that came off? Ubiquitous in old garage refrigerators, at the lake or in the hunting shack, or filling coolers in the old 14-foot Alumacraft fishing boat.
I bet you could use a coolant, huh? Now you're talking.
You can see, smell, and taste it just thinking about it. Thinking outside the box, further observation of how today's society isn't even on the same reality plane as days of yore. Imagine the scenario today when Jaden's favorite beer is canceled. Hoo-ha, Bee-hoo, Foo-foo, Orange Peel, Ultra Tang, Space Girl, India Pale Ale will end its 3-week run, only to have his kids and grandkids fondly remember how his fridge was always stocked with it and wondering how he could ever call it delicious. Ahem. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next-level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Hey, thanks for joining us today and every day, and welcome my 6 a.m. audience. It would help here if I put my mic on. Going a little jacketless for the first couple minutes because the air conditioning here kicks on at 7 a.m. So between 6 and 7, it's just a little touchy warm, and it's been beautiful here in Washington, D.C. I'm broadcasting from your nation's capital, the safest, most beautiful city in America. It's great to have you with us, where we actually get mail-in ballots. Got my mail-in ballot. Didn't even ask for it, just comes in the mail. But it's a little better than I thought. It came in the mail to me, Joe, and Ann. Republican ballot, because, you know, we're Republicans, registered Republicans. So it comes in the mail with only Republican primary candidates on it, or people that we can vote for at large in a special election, which was fine. And but, you know, we actually had to sign the thing and do things like that. So it seemed a little more secure than I thought it would be here in D.C. Now, there is ranked choice voting, so I had to decide between 3 special election at-large candidates who I knew nothing about. So I did my research and ranked them from starting at number 3 to communist, then socialist, then libtard. So I voted for the libtard, better choice than the communist or the avowed democratic socialist or whatever these people are right now. And then we put it in the mail, so it was pretty easy. So that's how my election will be on June 16th. And at least I got 3 votes, right? Plus your help. Thanks for being with us as we're rocking and rolling here on the John Fredericks Media Network, talking about ballots. Oh, get this, right? So they're still counting ballots a week later in California. Now, why is this? And there's a lot of people saying there's fraud and this and that. I mean, I'm not sure if there is. I have no evidence whether they're cheating or stealing or whatever they're doing. I have no evidence of that one way or the other. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But what we do know is they allow ballots to keep coming in a week after the election. I mean, they just keep coming in. So, I mean, if you're losing, you go out and you scrap around and you find every ballot you can and you dump it in the mail or you put it in a box or something. It's ballots and boxes. I mean, so I don't know. Is that cheating? I guess. Is that fraud? I don't know. But it's within the law. They allow these ballots to come in like 7 days later. It's crazy. So now they're counting ballots now. Platt is out. So he spent $3.3 million he raised and did all those cool videos and couldn't even get in the runoff with the libtard. That is Karen Bass, who's destroyed the city. And she'll go up against the communist. So the Democrat establishment in big trouble here. First poll out, the communist, which is a council member, is winning. So Bass is going down, and they're going to have a communist mayor in Los Angeles. That's what people want. Look, there's a communist movement. Take stuff from people and give it to other people. And it's all good, right? There's nothing wrong with it. It's the communist way. It's what they do. They're commies. It's all good. This is the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen in my life. But here's what's going on. You had the same thing with Mandami. Now you're going to get it in Los Angeles. You got it in Chicago, right? And it was, who was it who said, Plattner, the guy in Maine yesterday, get this. He says, there's no reason anybody should be a billionaire. There's no reason. There's no reason you cannot work that hard. So if you're a billionaire, you stole the money. Therefore, we need to steal it back. So he says, if I'm in the Senate, I'm going to be having legislation to anybody that's got over, $1 million or $2 million or something. I'm just going to confiscate it all because it's not really theirs. It's really the people's money. And we got a lot of people working hard, and, some are working really hard in the basement on those video games, right? I mean, it's tough. Those video games, those gamers are tough. And, you got to stroll around and order DoorDash. I mean, it's not an easy life. Plus, you got to pay taxes now on DoorDash in D.C., I understand. So, this is not easy for people. It's tough. It's a tough life. I mean, imagine being cooped up in the basement all day with nothing to do. Your mom's cooking for you. Your mom's doing your wash. Your mom's, cleaning your bathroom. And you get up, I don't know, 10:30, 11, maybe noon. And mom makes you breakfast. Then you go back down to the basement and you play video games until you drop. And then you get another 12-hour sleep and you get high in the basement. And then you get up again the next day. And then you go out and stroll around and, maybe you do one thing or the other. And then you go back and, mom is right there and you're in her basement. I mean, that's a pretty tough life. I mean, I wouldn't want that life with you. That's hard, right? Meantime, mom's cooking and making you meals and dinner. And, then when you come up at midnight after a tough day of gaming in the basement, she's like heating up your leftovers, right? Tough life. Or you can go to work every day like I do, get up at 3:45 in the morning and try to make ends meet and feed your family. I pick one. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. And let's see. Okay, well, no problem. We're good. Dan just got your text there. Have no fear. Godzilla is here. Hey, I'm fired up today because I know we're going to win. Why do I know we're going to win? Because look at the candidates they have. I mean, this is hilarious, right? So they're going to run a communist for mayor of Los Angeles. She is going to win. So they got her. Then they've got this guy, Graham Plattner in Maine, who's tanking in the polls. This guy has no shot at winning. So they got to defend this guy with the Nazi tattoo, right? They got to defend him, right? Then they got this bizarro dude, Talafrico in Texas. I mean, these are the candidates. The guy started, he said he's going to have a meatless campaign. Well, that didn't work in Texas because, well, it's a big beef industry. So now he does a video of himself eating ribs. It does a video, so he's eating ribs. I guess that's meat, right? So he's eating meat. He's now back on meat. So he's got to put that video out because he's a clown, and that's what clowns do. They put out clown videos. So he puts a video out, and he's eating meat. And so my question on the video, I have a very simple question, Dan. It's not complicated. I want to know, you're eating those short ribs, you're eating that meat. Okay, that's fine. I want to know what gender you're classifying that meat as to Talafrico, because you said there's 6 genders. So what is that meat? You're eating some meat, short ribs. What is that, a cow? So what gender is that cow? You got to identify the gender. And by the way, you said the reason you were going to have a meatless campaign was because you were taking the moral high ground. So now that the polls show that if you don't eat meat, you get beat by 20 points and drag the whole party down with you in Texas, and so you can't even get a dog catcher elected. Now all of a sudden meat is not the moral low ground. So how do you go from I'm not eating meat, not because I don't like it. It'd be one thing to say I'm a vegetarian because, I just don't like meat, right? So I prefer vegetables. I'm a veggie guy. I just prefer it. I just never really got the taste of meat. I don't know, fine. But no, he didn't say that. He said, I don't eat meat because it's not moral. It's immoral to eat meat. So I'm taking, this is a morality issue. But then he eats meat. So did his morality change? I don't know. You'd have to ask Talafrico. What happened? I guess meat's now good. What happened is you're tanking in the polls because you're a moronic clown running for Senate in Texas, not eating meat, and you have the testosterone of a sparrow, basically. Ever see this guy? I mean, look, there's men. There's men and there's men. So I don't want to get into it, but take a look at this guy. I mean, here, let me help him out. I'm going to help him out here because you know what? I have a big heart. I'm going to open up this little thing that I have because, listen, I don't want him to be, low T. So I think we should send him a bottle of Mars, like I have right here, right? Open it up. You take 2 of these a day, like I do every day. I carry them with me in case I forget, because I got to get my testosterone up. I'm 68. Maybe if we just send him a bottle of this Mars from the wellness company, he could get his testosterone up. And look, I mean, I'm not saying anything about the guy, but I mean, come on. He's not exactly going to go on the cover of Man's Health magazine, if you know what I'm talking about, right? But I think I should send him some out of the goodness of my heart. Don't you agree, Dan? Right? I mean, it's, the Christian way. I'm going to send him this Mars. Now, everybody should. You think, Dan?
Yeah, and he can get some discounts with using twc.health/Godzilla. I mean, what could be better?
Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. I'll send him the first free bottle. I'll say, hey, take this. Take 2 a day with a full glass of water when you get up. And it doesn't. Now, unfortunately, the campaign could be over because this really takes about 3 months to work. This is not instant like REM sleep or something. It takes a good 3 months. But I've been taking it for 6 months, and I just got another blood test, and my testosterone went up from just at the minimum. It was just at the minimum to 3.0, which is a little bit over the minimum. And I didn't take the shot. So, you get older, your testosterone goes. It's no big deal. It's part of like the male evolution of life. But now I find out, right? Now there's a new study out. Dan, check this out. There's a new study out that says, I'm your health guide of the day, right? It says lifting weights extends your life. Now, who would have ever thought? Lifting weights extends your life. Now, you can run and do your cardiac and do the bike and all that stuff. But it says lifting weights actually extends your life and your health. A new study just out. I'm not making this up. You can look it up on ChatGPT or the internet or something. Google Play or whatever it is, Google Maps, whatever you guys use. Dan, I still haven't figured out Google Maps walk route. Someday somebody will show me how to do that.
I hate when that comes up on my phone. I'm like, I'm not walking. I'm in my car. I need to know how long it's going to take me to drive.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I'm in DC.
That's right. Yeah,
I'm the opposite. It comes up with the car, and if you try to follow it, it'll take you around all the one ways, and instead of walking like a half a mile, it's like 6 miles, right?
There you go. We just need to trade phones. You'll get my walk and I'll get your drive.
When I see you on the 16th, I'm going to give you my phone.
That's right.
Because I'm going to put on Google Maps, and you're going to hit the button so it gets automatic walk.
There we go.
And that's all I use it for.
Yeah. Anyway, in DC, that makes sense. So, yeah.
So lifting weights, right? Which I have lifted weights my whole life. So does Joe, obviously. So does Jack.
Sure.
My boys are pretty big, right? So, they take after their dad. My father lifted weights. So I've lifted my whole life. To this day, I lift weights 3 times a week. Now, I don't go in the gym. I don't do bench presses anymore. I gave that up a few years ago. But I have dumbbells, and I'll do, I'll do rows, and I'll do shoulder presses, and I'll do curls, and I use 30 pounds, and I use 30 pounds. And because, at my age, you want more reps, less weight, more reps, less weight. Now, when I was, back in the day, and I would bench 350, but that's way back in I would do flies with 80-pound dumbbells on a bench when I was in my early 50s, right?
No, that's
unheard of. Yeah, I'm a big guy, shoulders up, but I got a big stomach. But like Ann says, the Fräulein says, as long as your shoulders are bigger than your gut, I'm good. So, you keep working on your shoulders. Forget the gut. That's like, I like to eat. It's all good. But now we find out that all that lift of weightlifting, which I've done for years, is now going to extend my life, which means Godzilla goes on. So that's a pretty good thing. Right? I just found that out.
And you got to be happy this morning. The Astros were winners over the Angels last night, 5-4.
I
reported it in the sports report. I made sure to mention it.
I'm very happy because I can't stay up for these late games, and I bet them last night, and I put them on Godzilla wins. So that was I had one pick of the day. They had their ace going against a guy with the Angels that has a 9.5 ERA. So that was my big play of the day. And of course, I go to bed, they're losing 3-1. So I'm like, oh, well, whatever. So then I got up to go to the bathroom, and I never do this. Dan, I never do this because it keeps you up and I've got to get to sleep. So even when I do hockey or even the Stanley Cup, I never look at my phone in the middle of the night, ever. But this time I'm like, all right, let me see what the score is. So I turn on MLB, the Astros app or whatever, ESPN, and it's 5-5 going in the 10th. 4-4 going in the 10th. Astros are up at the top of the 10th. Now, what you should do, and it was like 12:40 at night, turn the phone off and go to bed. First of all, don't even look at it. So what do I do at 12:40? Well, it's 10th inning, and I've made this play, and it's a 10th inning, and they have I can't put the game on. Obviously, hands in bed, cat's there, and so I got to put on the game, whatever it is, game day or something where it shows. And of course I put that on, and then I have to watch. I stay up for another 40 minutes. They win 5-4 in the 10th inning. They throw somebody out at the plate. Then the game's over, but then they challenge it. So then I got to wait. So not good. And I never do that because it just destroys your.
Well, now I know why I didn't see you until just before the start of the show. Okay, the mystery is solved.
That's exactly it. So anyway, they threw Trout out at the plate in the bottom of the 10th to win the game. So too much, but not good. Got to get the good night's sleep. But I got a lot going on today. We got our big event coming up on June 16th. If you can help me out with that, just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. We're fired up about our event. Court Lewandowski, Morgan Griffith, Brandon Beach. We're changing DC. We need your help. Go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com to give us a donation. Come to our event. Tickets are only $50. Well, I'd really appreciate you. John Fredericks Media Network. Hey, today we launch West Virginia Mavericks, 9 o'clock.
Hey folks, Al Green here for Sat Phone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need Sat Phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your Sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's a common sense recap of the big stories.
This meeting with China and President Trump, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Listen, China's not our friend. They've been stealing our technology. They've been stealing the AI, responsible for the COVID. We have to be very, very careful about giving stuff to China.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's the top news of the day.
China wants the oil from Iran.
They want to make a deal that's good for them and not piss us off too much.
A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Mike, at any point in your coaching career, did you ever have an interest or express an interest in being a head coach in the college game? And do you have any idea how that may or may not have led to folks like Ryan and Doug Whaley and Carson Palmer connecting you to some college jobs?
Hey, guys, I don't have time for that speculation. I mean, that's a joke to me. I got one of the best jobs in all of professional sport. Why would I have any interest in coaching college football? That'll be the last time that I address it. And not only today, but moving forward. Never say never, but never. Okay? Anybody else got any questions about any college jobs? There's not a booster with a big enough blank check.
Anyone else? All right.
Thank you. Anybody asking Sean Payton about that? You know, anybody asking Andy Reid about stuff like that?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Oh, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Hey, thanks for being with us. Knicks, President Trump goes to Madison Square Garden last night. See the Knicks game. He's a Knicks fan. He used to sit at courtside many times, so he's a legitimate Knicks fan, like he's a Yankees fan. It's all good. And, well, you know what? Some people said he got booed last night when they put him on the screen, but they were also chanting USA, USA. So, you know, the country's divided. But he went there, and the Knicks get beat by San Antonio. Now the Knicks up 2-1. They'll probably win the third game, and that thing's over. A lot of people saying, well, it was a distraction, and it cost the Knicks the game, etc. all. But that was the President of the United States. So, you know, he said the NBA is a little left wing, but he has no problem with that. So we'll see what happens. Let me get to, I want to get to a couple of the clips here, but let me start with our, Dan. I send these to Dan every day, but let me just start with our Bible verse of the day, which is, blessed are those who are persecuted for righteous sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, Matthew 5:6. So we'll start with that. Here's Trump. Let's get to 2 here. President Trump saying the reception from Knicks fans was amazing. I think it was mostly cheers, he says. Of course, you know, there's I guess a little bit of a difference between cheers and jeers. But hey, if the president was happy with it, I'm happy with it. Roll it, 2.
Did you see Mayor Mamdani at the game?
I did not, no.
What did you think of the reception you got from the Knicks fans tonight?
I thought great. I mean, I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good, yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was loud and it was very enthusiastic.
Mostly peaceful, mostly cheers. People were chanting USA, USA though. So that's good. So we got that, but who cares? Look, at the end of the day, oil prices are coming down. This Iranian thing is going to end. And I did a rant yesterday on TikTok. I'm going to do it again here, just to set the record straight. I'm sick and tired of Israel. I'm sick of it. Yeah, I've gone as far with Israel as I'm going to go. And now I'm moving over to the camp of I'm just tired of the Israelis. And what just was my last straw was the president is in the middle of negotiating the end of this war, a peace treaty that would meet our objectives, which included getting rid of their ability to make a nuclear bomb and getting the Strait of Hormuz opened permanently with us in control of it. And we're freezing their assets. Not like we're giving them money like Obama did. It's their assets that are frozen. It's their money. We froze it. They can't get it. I have no problem giving back their money to them, which we froze. And there's other parts of the deal. He's right there. They're in negotiation. And then Netanyahu goes off, starts bombing Lebanon again, starts bombing Iran again, says he was retaliating, but he was retaliating for bombing Lebanon. And then the Iranians reacted. They bombed, they sent missiles in, and then here's bombing, and the whole thing blows up. Like, who is in charge here? I'm sick of Israel. I'm sick of the whole thing. I'm just done with it. President Trump is calling the shots, not Netanyahu, not the IDF, not Mossad. We're in control of this. And the president said, ceasefire, back off. But they just can't, they just can't stop. And look, once we get the peace treaty done and we get that uranium out of there and they can't do a bomb, I don't really care what the Israelis do. I don't care. But right now, you're supposed to be our ally. And quite frankly, you're a junior partner. Do you understand what junior means? You're a junior partner in this war. Junior. Which means we call the plays in the huddle. You execute what we call. You don't want to do that? Get out. But they gummed up President Trump's negotiations. They gummed it up. So I'm sick of them. I'm sick of the whole thing is too much. Okay, I'm a supporter of Israel. I wish them well. I want to give them armaments. I want to protect them. I don't want Iranians to get a bomb so they can drop it on Tel Aviv. I don't want any of that. I want to be their ally. I want to help them. But help's got to go both ways. And it's looking to me like this is getting to be more and more and more of a one-way street. And so when you've got people like me, a pro-Israel Catholic, supporting them for religious reasons, it's the birth of Christianity, and you've got me done with them, you got a problem. Because I've been there for them. I've been a supporter forever. But I'm just getting tired of it. I'm getting sick of it. I want out of this war. Trump's got a deal going. He said again yesterday he has spent days negotiating another ceasefire because they go off and do whatever they want. So we've wasted now another week. Now we finally got that done. What is the purpose of this? Trump has made it clear. He does not want to go in and topple their government and put in 500,000 troops, okay? And that's about what it would take. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to negotiate a peace treaty that's permanent, that opens the straits and gives us their uranium so they have no ability to create a nuclear warhead and deploy it. It is as simple as that. And he's destroyed their Navy. He's destroyed their Army. He's destroyed everything they have. That's it. And then whatever Israel does, not my business. I don't really care what they do. Let them figure it out. But right now, President Trump says, back off, you back off. You don't go in and drop bombs, which then causes the Iranians to retaliate, and now you have to retaliate. and we lose a week of peace negotiations. How does this make sense? How does this benefit Americans? How does this benefit American Jews? How does this benefit any of us? Answer, it doesn't. So I've reached my breaking point with Israel. And I don't think I'm alone here. I really don't think I'm alone. I know this is going to get a reaction, and I have no problem changing my positions based on facts and events. No problem. You as my audience know that. Change is okay when changing events happen. Like Ann always says, you're stubborn, but you're not stupid. And there is a line between stubborn and stupid. Yes, I'm a stubborn supporter of Israel. I'm not stupid. And this thing is just getting way out of hand with them. And it's almost like, you almost feel now like we're their proxy. I never felt that way until this weekend. Like Trump yelled at Netanyahu on the phone and called him a crazy whatever. And he was right in doing that. And we're done with this. John Fredericks Media Network. Word from our sponsors. I'll be right back. I know I'm going to get a reaction to this, so you might as well call me up now and blast me. I'll take your call, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. I'm done with the Israelis until further notice. I'll be right back.
Ponder this. How many times have you heard that freedom means doing whatever you want as long as we don't hurt anyone else? On its face, this sounds pretty reasonable. But when you think about it, everything you do has an impact on someone or something. Let's say we overindulge in drinking. The immediate impact may be that we cannot get to work on time the next morning or even at all. Let's say we eat whatever we want, whenever we want. When health problems ensue later in life, your family, your friends, and your community may be impacted. For every action, there is a reaction, and this is Newton's law of physics. But it applies to our spiritual life as well. Being truly free means doing God's will in every decision that we make. This means we must know God's will by following His commandments and talking with Him in our daily life. Pray, trust, and persevere in following God's will for you every day. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Oh, you got him back right here. I'm done with Israel. I'm sick of the whole thing. I'm not sure if you are, but I want to get out of this war. And all this guy does, all they're doing is wasting our time. I want to get to Trump. Here's for Trump blasting a federal judge for striking down his H-1B visa $100,000 fee. They're hurting our country. I guess now judges are running America. Unbelievable. Roll it.
A federal judge today struck down the $100,000 fee for the H-1B visa, saying you need congressional approval. Are you going to push for Congress to do this?
These federal judges are really giving us a hard time. It's really crazy what's going on with the court system. They are giving us a very, very hard time, and they shouldn't be doing it. They're hurting our country very badly. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. President. Oh, did you see any players?
Okay, let's get to Tim Scott. Let's get to 5. Here's Scott saying, the current theme of the Democratic Party is hate, anti-Semites, and hate. He's got a point. 5, go.
So does that factor in the midterm?
It does, Sean. Listen, here's what we're seeing in the Democrat Party. The silver lining for us, we have President Trump. For them, they have AOC, they have Bernie Sanders, they have Mondani, they have Graham Plattner, they have El Said, they have Tellerico. The contrast between the two sides could not be greater. The current theme in the Democrat Party is hate, anti-Semites and hate. They hate them all. The Democrats once said, we don't want to buy the black vote. We want to rent it for one day. South Carolina Democrat Party. So what we know without question, this party hasn't changed. It continues to disrespect working class voters. That's why they turned out for Donald Trump. That's why they will turn out this cycle for us. President Donald Trump, you may not see his name on the ballot, Sean, but he's on the ballot. And importantly, so is his agenda. We must make sure that the Democrats pay a high price for voting to increase taxes by $5 trillion.
You know, Steve texts in and he says, respectfully, sir, done with Bibi, not with the Israelis. Steve, you call in and tell me the difference. What's the difference? You're done with Bibi, but you're not done with the Israelis. He runs the government. He's making these decisions to bomb people when we're in the middle of a peace negotiation. So I don't understand. You're done with, that's like saying, I hate Trump, so I'm done with Trump, but I'm not done with America. I mean, they're one and the same right now. So to tell me you're not done with Israel, you're just done with Bibi, well, Bibi's running their government, Steve. So I'm not really sure where you're going with this. And he's calling the shots there. But I'm done with this. Now, I'm not an anti-Semite or any of that. I have been the biggest supporter of Israel on air this side of Mark Levin. And I don't know what Levin's position is now, and I don't care. But when the president of the United States gets on the bat phone and cusses out an ally, you got a problem. Okay, you got a problem here. To make him mad enough to cuss him out where everybody knew that was going to leak, he's had enough. And then after that call, they bomb them again, derailing the peace negotiations again, treating us like we're their proxy. And I've had enough. And I think most of Americans are moving in my direction. Doesn't mean doesn't mean you don't like Israel, you don't want to support them, whatever. But I'm done playing games with these people and their government and Bibi and the whole bunch of them. I'm just done with it. I mean, the lack of respect they show for Trump, who has saved their country from virtual annihilation, is what has got my gall today. No Trump, no Israel. The level of respect I would think that every government leader, Bibi or somebody else, should show President Trump, the level of deference and respect based on the fact that he saved your country from probable annihilation many times over. And what do you get? You get no respect. You get no deference. You get not acting like a junior partner. You get acting like an equal partner, or worse, treating us, like I said, a junior. Like we're going to do what we want, you do what you want. No, that's not the way this works. You do what we want. Otherwise, we're getting out and good luck. Now, I know this is a tough position to take in the morning, but I don't know who's going to call up and defend what Netanyahu did when Trump told you not to do it and told you that it was days from a legitimate peace negotiation. And this is what we end up with now. Another week wasted. We got to get these gas prices down. We got to get the Strait open. We got to get that uranium out of there. And every day that goes by is a day that's lost for America. We got to win these midterms. In order to do that, you got to get gas down. You get gas down, they're done. Gas is coming down now, and the Straits are still bottled up. What do you think is going to happen when these things open? It is going to plummet, like I've been saying for a month. And so anything standing in the way of that, I don't think we should accept that. J.D. Vance says he's at home with Roman Catholicism. Okay. So am I. 6, let's hear what Vance has to say about Catholicism. Interesting. 6, take a listen.
For me, what attracted me to Catholicism was there was this sense of rootedness in it. It seemed like the world was changing so fast. You go on social media and you scroll and everything is different, and there are a whole host of new technologies and ways of communicating. It just felt, this is back in 2015, 2016, it felt like the world was changing so fast. And what I loved about Catholicism is that you had this beautiful ancient church, and you had all of these traditions that were very firmly rooted, some of which went back literally thousands of years. And I just really loved that sense of tradition. And I also think, Jesse, it's possible sometimes to think too much about this stuff. The reality is that it was very felt for me, that when I went to a Catholic church, I felt at home. A lot of the Christians that I knew, I mentioned I was sort of on this journey of how to be a good husband, how to be a good father. A lot of the Christians, like my uncle, who were really good husbands, really good fathers, these were people who had been formed in the Catholic Church. And so after a lot of soul searching, that's just what felt like home to me. And, it's interesting because there are so many Catholics I know who are great Christians. There's so many Protestants I know who are great Christians. And I think one of the things that is so great about the American church, Catholics and Protestants, is that there's this real dynamism that comes from Catholics and Protestants debating some of these issues and figuring out these issues together. And certainly has been true for me that while I made my home in the Catholic Church, some of my best friends and some of the most influential people I've met in the church have been Protestants. So I think that's going to continue to be true. But I love that the American church, I think, borrows from both the Catholic and the Protestants. And I think we're all learning a lot about God in the process, and that's the whole point.
Well, I'm Protestant, and my wife is kind of trying to get me to convert to Catholicism. I'm not there yet.
Thank you. I agree with him. I've said this before. The reason why so many young people are moving to the Catholic Church is because it's rooted in substance. And that was a very interesting take that he had about social media. And all young people are on it, obviously. And it's like quicksand. It revolves constantly. It changes by the minute. So you have to deal with all that change and things, opinions and, negativity and everything that goes on there. Then you go to the Catholic Church and there's roots. The roots are deep. The traditions are part of the stability that it brings and the substance that it brings. When I go to my church, St. Anne's in Tenleytown in D.C., one of the reasons I go there is, number one, I get the gospel and not politics from my parishioners. So I'm not interested in that. I got enough politics all day. Okay. I go to church for the gospel. I want to hear the gospel. I want to fill my soul with it. And the other reason I go is they have this magnificent crucifix right in the middle. And that's really what Catholicism stands for, is Jesus on the cross. Not a piece of wood, not a cross, which is just 2 blocks of wood. The Savior on the cross, bleeding out. That is what Catholicism is. And it's rooted in a substance you just can't find in a lot of other places. Hey, I think I'm out of time for this segment. Rob, we'll be right back at you. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. We're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump says an Iran peace deal is close at hand and could be signed in 2 or 3 days. A U.S. Army Apache attack helicopter has crashed near the Strait of Hormuz.
The pilots are fine, yeah. Nobody injured. We are going to issue a report tomorrow, but the pilots are fine.
Things seem to have calmed down in the conflict between Israel and Iran. The two sides traded blows in the past few days, but now hostilities have ceased. The ceasefire remains intact. The War Department tightening the screws on communist China.
The Pentagon has added several prominent Chinese businesses to its list of Chinese military companies. The list includes tech giant Alibaba, electric car maker BYD, and search engine Baidu. The move prevents them from securing U.S. defense contracts. The list, updated Monday, now sanctions well-known non-state-owned Chinese companies that are not traditionally considered to be in the defense sector. This year's list includes 188 entities, up from about 130 last year. Keith Peters reporting.
3 more cases of New World screwworm have turned up, including one outside Texas in New Mexico. Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins, though, says the nation's food supply couldn't be safer.
These developments obviously represent a serious threat to our livestock and wildlife, but they haven't caught us off guard. We have been tracking this pest for a long time, and we have fought before, and we will do so again.
In Maine and South Carolina, Nevada, and North Dakota, voters head to the polls today for primary elections. Maine's high-stakes U.S. Senate contest has generated a lot of interest all around the country. Stock futures higher on Wall Street. The Dow futures are up 133 points. NASDAQ futures better by 209 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
At least 100 people have died from Ebola less than a month after authorities declared an outbreak of the disease in eastern Congo. Attacks on health workers from angry residents, skepticism among some locals, and armed conflict in hotspots continue challenging efforts to stop the spread. Out of the 550 cases of the disease confirmed as of Sunday, there have been 101 deaths and 19 recoveries, according to the latest situation report. Rescuers are searching ruined buildings in the southern Philippines to ensure that no one is still trapped. 2 days after the strongest earthquake to hit the country in a half-century killed at least 37 people and displaced more than 32,000. Only 4 people were considered missing on official records in the southern provinces near where the 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck. However, the Office of Civil Defense acknowledges several collapsed and heavily damaged buildings must be thoroughly searched. News and analysis, townhall.com. It is increasingly expensive to keep those planes in the air, and it's having an impact on travelers.
U.S. airlines spent $6.5 billion on jet fuel in April. That's up 78% over this time last year, according to new government data. A major industry trade group, the International Air Transport Association, is warning that higher fuel prices could cut 2026 global profits in half. The association's Director General Willie Walsh says airfares are rising, but airlines are still absorbing part of the hike in their bottom lines. In an effort to contain costs, airlines around the world are raising airfares and fees, cutting perks, canceling flights, and trimming schedules. Last week, American Airlines announced they are temporarily suspending some routes this summer. I'm Jennifer King.
OpenAI has filed the paperwork to possibly become a publicly traded company. OpenAI says it has not decided on timing just yet, as there are some advantages to staying private. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Ponder this. I've recently noticed that the way a person drives may have a direct correlation to their personality. I'm pretty confident that most of you have witnessed this as well. We see courteous drivers. These are people who allow others to change lanes when safety permits. Courteous drivers usually use their turn signals to gesture to others their intentions. They stop at red lights and pay attention when waiting for a red light to go green. There are other drivers who are not so courteous, even aggressive, and get defensive when others try to change lanes. These drivers tend to get angry at others to the point of road rage. What does your driving signal to others? Do you show love and kindness to fellow drivers as the Lord would want you to do? Or do you lose control and take your anger out on others? We are called to be charitable to others even when they don't extend charity to us. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, Just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Hey, welcome back, John Fredericks Show, your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Clarity and truth right here. That's what you're going to get. No clickbait. Todd Sheets coming up. Lots to talk about. So The Big Short again Sunday night with my family. It's an annual tradition. We watch that, Todd. Let's bring Todd in, and then I'll go to My Pillow in a second. It's an annual tradition that we watch when Joe's home, who went through this with us as a young child. He's 22 now. We watch this, and when my older kids, when Jack comes in and we get together, that is a family tradition. Why do we watch The Big Short every year with the family? Why do you think we watch it? We watch it, Todd, because we lived through it. We lived through it day by day, week by week, piece by piece. We lived through it. We saw our home foreclosed, our cars foreclosed and towed away, our furniture dragged out of the home and sold at auction. We lived in a car. We were in a hotel. We were homeless for 4 years. We lived that. And so the reason we watch it together is because I want my kids never to forget the corruption that went on and what happened to America and the fact that we bailed these people out. They all knew it was coming. They all knew they'd get bailed out. We got screwed again. And so you watch it because that is the makeup of I always tell them, this is the makeup of this family. You know, we lived through this and we all survived. And now you're all doing great, right? So it talks about the resilience of this family, Todd, but we watch that movie annually. It's a tradition because it was very accurate. And as they were going through this and, you know, when they were talking about the guy in California doing Todd, we lived it. I don't think people should ever forget that because it almost feels like they're ready to do it again, Todd. Todd Sheets with us, who wrote the greatest book on it, 2008 Crash, What Really Happened. Todd, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, glad to be with you again. You know, what occurs to me as you're saying that is, like many other Americans, you lived through a Great Depression-like experience. And I mean, I've often thought, I grew up in Iowa. My buddies and I kind of joke, there's like an Iowa cheapskate factor. Like you never want to spend money on things, right? Even if you have some money, you don't really want to spend it on things and stuff. And I attribute that to I think what psychologists would call intergenerational transfer. I mean, my grandparents lived through the Great Depression. And when you go through life and you have this mindset that things work, you know, you grow up, you work hard, maybe you go to school, you get a job, maybe you don't, you get a different kind of job, but you get a job and you do well and you buy a home and you have a family and things are working. And then you go through an experience which shatters that whole framework of expectations that are so deeply built inside of you. And it causes you to question almost everything, right? And I mean, fortunately, you know, as a country, we came back from the Great Depression in much the way that you and your family, you know, found the resolve to deal with that 4-year period of time and then get going again and, you know, find a way out of the morass that the system had pushed you into. And, you know, the other thing that occurs to me, you know, as I go through in the book is, although Wall Street was blamed in both cases, and I'm not trying to, you know, say there weren't any mistakes made. There were enormous mistakes made by the people on Wall Street and other areas. The things that ultimately pushed us into the Depression and into the housing bubble and the collapse of the housing bubble were misguided government policies that, you know, basically destroyed market-based systems because there was too much government intervention. And it was different things in the Depression than it was in the housing bubble and the collapse. But at the core, that was the issue. Markets that a housing market that had worked beautifully for 100 years, a golden age of housing. It was the foundation and the bedrock of every young family who wasn't born into any kind of wealth, their ability not only to house the family, but to also build some net worth and some wealth over time. So much so it was thought that it was, impossible that it would possibly go in any other direction, which is what contributed to all this. But then we got Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac saying, with the consent of the federal government, both Clinton and Bush, hey, we're going to push this even harder. This is so good it can't fail. We're going to push this into every stratosphere of the American economy, and so much so that it creates a bubble. Everybody feels like they have to get in, and you end up with the people who are hurt the most are the ones who are supposed to be helped by all of this and who can afford it the least. So anyway, yeah, those are the thoughts that occur to me.
Well, it's a period of this country that is easily forgotten now that things, we've gotten out of that. But, when you look back at what happened, no one was, I think one guy went to jail. No one was held accountable. And all these people that were behind this thing, they all got golden parachutes. And then they got the bailout, which, like the taxpayers, the working class got screwed twice. They got screwed because they lost everything. And then they got screwed again because the taxpayers bailed out the people that were basically responsible for doing this. And I know you can blame government, but when you watch that movie and you read the story on Dr. Barry, and then one of the things at the end, which I kind of forget about, is like he tried to tell this story. He went to a number of publishing houses to tell the story. Like nobody would take it. I mean, people just didn't want to deal with the reality of what happened. But look, here we are today, and I'm looking at cases and people upset by it. And the reality is, I got this question for you. I believe this war is going to end in the next 2 weeks. I believe that. I think there's enough negotiation where both sides don't want this thing to continue. So if it ends in 2 weeks, we end it before July 1st. Gas prices are starting to come down now. They're going to continue to come down. What do the Democrats have after that? Just answer that question. Democrats consultant calls you up and says, I got a question here, Todd. Gas is now $2.19. What do we run on? What do you tell them?
Well, they're going to try and continue to run on the affordability issue, which is still out there. So, I mean, that was there even before we had this recent run up in gas prices. And that worked for them last fall, which they were effectively able to shift the Biden screw ups onto the Trump administration, which is, you talk about the art of the deal. This is the tawdry art of politics, unfortunately, is, you hoist your own mistakes onto the petard of your opponent kind of thing. So I think they'll clearly go back to the affordability issue. The issue that they're going to have that's going to make that so difficult is that last fall, this jobs picture was still up in the air. We talked about this throughout the fall and into early this year. It's like, when does this thing get going? When are the jobs going to get created? And it had started to, the GDP was ticking up in the third quarter, but then we had the government shutdown, which caused that to, abbreviate itself for a period of time. And then the war came here. But now, even with all of that, the jobs numbers we've seen over the last 3 months are averaging 180,000, 190,000, somewhere in that range. The last 2 months were upwardly revised. So I think we're at this stage that we've been talking about where it's like this economy is really ready to get going. And if these jobs start going, the next step is going to be incomes. So people should think about this. It's the economy overall that has to happen first. Then it's the jobs, and then it's the incomes. And they don't all happen simultaneously, but they happen in step fashion. And we're now getting into the jobs thing. And I think if people start seeing that job growth taking off, the war ending, the Democrats have a very difficult, picture. They're back to running on anti-Trump. I think that's why we're seeing this ICE stuff again. They're pulling that up in some of these communities, New Jersey, New York, and that kind of thing. They're trying to turn that into a bigger deal again. They're running on dissension. They're trying to make it look like the country is falling apart under Trump. They were successful with that in his first term. At the end of his first term, COVID made a huge assist. If it hadn't been for those two things, but they created this atmosphere of dissension, which made it look like their narrative was coming true. This guy's the biggest threat to democracy. It's a risk. He's a loose cannon. He's out of control, and he's doing all these things. And so then they create the flare-ups and the internal dissension to try and make it look like their prophecy is coming true, and they run on that.
I think you nailed it. You look at the jobs report the last 2 months, it was double what the analysts thought it would be. Why?
Well, the best reason is because the analysts have no idea what they're talking about. I mean, economic history is very important. All these economists trying to predict things are almost worthless. And this jobs report, there's no better indication of that. I mean, it basically comes in double what the estimates were. I mean, you missed it by 100%. So, that's why I like economic history, because to me, it's the study of economic ideas in real world situations. That's the only way you get outside these models where you think you run all these different things. I've run more models as an investment banker and as an investor than anybody else in the world. And this is micro models, one property or one company at a time. And I know how fallible those things are. You get to something that is big as the economy, all you can basically do is kind of predict a continuation of whatever the trend is, which means you're never going to hit a key turning point or something. So, I think the models are wrong, and the economy is a lot stronger than the people who are trying to cast all these aspersions on these different things that have happened over the last year, from the tariffs to the war, or those kinds of things. They're trying to wrap those into a, some kind of nightmarish type of scenario. The fact of the matter is, nobody gets everything right, and this administration hasn't gotten everything right. But they got most things right last year. It's taken a while, but now we're starting to see it flow through, and we're seeing the beginnings of a significant jobs boom, which is the beginning of what everybody is looking for here.
Because the building blocks, the infrastructure, the foundation of the economy is the thing that's going to drive it when this war ends, right? He's put the deregulation, he's put everything in place. What's incredible is we're looking at another station for a lot of reasons. One, because we're a lot more confident in this economy than other people might be as a small business owner. Second reason is we have an area that we want to expand in, so that kind of ties in. We found something that kind of fits. The third is that the rates have come down. And, I was talking to my bank the other day, and we're getting an SBA, what they call an SBA express loan or something. But my banker was telling me that the SBA under Loeffler, she said in the last year, we have had more loans that we've given to small businesses in the last year than we did in the entire time that this particular bank under Biden. She said she's cut red tape. You're getting loans now for the right reasons. The approval process is streamlined, but it's tighter. Cronies don't matter. What matters is the foundations of your business. You have to give a pro forma. It has to be real. And she said, we're giving more loans than ever, which is all these new businesses are starting up. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things. One is it shows the power of deregulation and removing political agendas from the economic process. So it's no longer about some kind of social agenda, that the money is being loaned out, on who we want these people to get it and these people not to get it. It's based on what's happening in the economy and the business, and can the business pay the money back? That's what it comes down to.
That's it.
And we don't care about your color. We don't. And this was one of the nice things about Wall Street, like if you're a trader or an investor or a money manager, nobody cares what your color is. All they care about is, can you deliver? And if you can, you're going to get more money to work with. And if you can't, find another career, kind of thing. And so get a dog and find another career. So I think that's one big thing. And then the other thing that tells me, it's a really interesting anecdote, is it speaks to what we're seeing in these numbers, because in order for the loan volume to go up in the way that you're talking about, there has to be demand coming from the economy.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. There's got to be nobody's going to take out a loan and put themselves at risk, because when the SBA comes in, they guarantee 90% of it for the bank. So the bank's on the hook for 10. But still, if you're borrowing the money, you got to pay it back, right?
Absolutely.
So nobody is going to say, hey, I like a loan to start or expand my business, if they don't believe they have the capacity to monetize and pay it back. Nobody in the right mind is going to do that, except if you're trying to do fraud, and then you're going to go to jail. So nobody does that. So it's got to be collateralized and things of that nature. That's what banks do. But you're right. You got to have the demand. And then the other thing that's driving this, and I'm telling you, this one big, beautiful bill and the certainty that it gave small business owners. It's the certainty. Like, if this thing had another sunset and if the Democrats take over, it's over, we wouldn't be buying anything. But the certainty of whatever it is, it's 10 years or whatever they did with it, certainly until I retire. If you buy something for $500,000 or $1 million or whatever it is, like say 500,000, well, that's a 1 year write-off. So you get the benefit of that in 1 year, which then alleviates your tax burden as you're buying something and starting up. People don't understand how enormous that 1 year write-off is, Todd, for the growth of small businesses. Now, we buy the station. What is it? What does it mean? Well, right away, I got to buy a new transmitter because that's crap. There's another 30,000. Well, somebody's got to make that, ship that. Somebody's got to install it. Somebody's got to manage it. Jobs, right? Then I got to hire a sales rep or two. Those are 1 or 2 jobs, right? Then I got to give that to my sales manager to manage. Well, that means he'll make or she'll make more money, which means more money in their pocket to go to the economy. And they're not paying as high taxes. This is how, you call it trickle down. It's not trickle down. It's a flood.
It's bottom up.
It's bottom up.
It's bottom up. I mean, it's both ways. I mean, it's just the important thing. You're hitting on exactly the right points. I mean, this is from the bottom up. This is what creates growth. It creates economic opportunity. It gets more people working in all these different areas, that you're talking about. There was an old thing. There was a guy named, I think it was Henry Hazlitt, who used to write, I think, for the Time.
That's right. Henry Hazlitt. Yep.
Yeah. And he had a thing about, I can't remember the exact title, but it was like about a pencil. And he said, you look at a pencil, it lays on your desk every day, and you think, well, that's just a stupid pencil. It cost me, I don't know what, 20 cents or 30 cents or whatever it is. But he says, if you start to think about everything that has to happen in the economy in order for that pencil to be available to you for that nominal price, and as easy as just pick it up at a store, now you can order it on Amazon. And it's like somebody has to chop a tree down, and then somebody has to, cut the wood, and then somebody has to take it and refine it down, and somebody's got to get the lead, and it's got to be inserted in the eraser, and it's just this simple thing laying on your desk. But if you start to think about what's behind what it took to get that pencil in front of you so you could pick it up and write at your leisure at such a minimal cost. It's this beautiful expose on why capitalism works and why markets work and why these market signals are so important to sending the messages that communicate how many pencils we need, how many radio stations you should start and develop, how big is your market, and all these kinds of things. And it's an incredible and it's a beautiful thing. So, yeah.
You nailed it, Todd. It's always great to have you on. And, you know, the people that own a small business like Ann and I do and have grown it, you really understand. This is why I'm so optimistic. People say, you know, you're the only person in media that thinks the Republicans are going to win. Yeah, because I live it every day. I live the bad. I live the one big beautiful bill. I mean, I'm just not here in a studio. Somebody handed me a talking points or the Washington Post. We live this every day, and we can feel the optimism. You can feel it in D.C. because of what Trump has done here. I mean, people, this idea that we're going to go out and we're going to put the communists back in and do the TV show with the impeachment every day and have these freaks in there like Talafrico and Grandma Nazi and these people. It's just not going to happen, Todd. It's not going to happen. Too many people understand where this country's at. And yes, there's a communist movement. There's no doubt about it. You had Plattner come on the other day and said, nobody deserves to be a billionaire. They don't deserve it. They never worked that hard. So you know what? We got to get rid of the billionaires. You know what? They can have 10 million. The rest of the money we need to confiscate and give to everybody else. I mean, he said that. That's his campaign platform. Take the money from somebody else and give it to my constituents. This is not going to fly. This is why I think we're going to win, and we're going to get this war ended. I'm so optimistic.
Yeah, look, I mean, a couple of things. It could only happen in America, and it's everybody from small businesses all the way up to Elon Musk doing SpaceX and raising the money in the public markets to go out and try and put data centers in space, drawing their energy from the sun, and build workstations on the moon. And it's this incredible thing. You know, I made a comment this last week, and I know we got to go, but I said, imagine how the left is trying to tear this whole thing down. Imagine how they would react if this was a dewy-eyed socialist in a blue tie walking around saying, this is the vision, and we're going to tax the hell out of the system to make it happen. And then they would hand it over to somebody trying to build the bullet train to nowhere in California, and nothing would ever get done. So let's let capitalism do it, where people have to give up their money voluntarily to make these things occur.
You know, if you want to make your life better, it's really easy and it's free. You just subscribe. Todd Sheets, Substack, and it's free. That will make your life better. It's really good stuff. Todd, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, John. Have a great day.
I love going down memory lane with you because you wrote the book that I lived, and then the movie, The Big Short, which is very accurate, Todd. I don't know if you've ever seen it. You should see it. It's very accurate. It's pretty funny. It's anyway, The Big Short. Todd, thanks for being with us. Rob,
thanks, have a great day.
Rob's on hold. Rob, I promise I'm going to get to you as soon as I get back.
Vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Ponder this. Why would God permit evil to occur? Why does he allow bad things to happen to good people? Why doesn't he intercede when innocent people are unjustly accused? These questions sometimes cause good people to turn their face away from God and question the very existence of God. But God does exist, and he does permit evil. Why, you ask? The short answer is that God permits evil to bring about a greater good. Think about this. The greatest evil ever committed is the killing of our God, Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity. From this great evil came the greatest good, the opening of the gates of heaven. That's right, heaven did not open until Christ shed his blood for us. We must always trust God's plan for our salvation, especially when hard times fall upon us. Pray, trust, and persevere in good times and bad. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Quite frankly, we bring in $12 million to the university. Nothing to do with state funds. We make $12 million a year for this university. Get some facts and come back and see me. Get some facts and come back and see me. Don't throw out salaries or other things. Get some facts and come back and see me. We turn over $12 million to the University of Connecticut, which is state-run. Next question.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him. I'm your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, trucking the truth and clarity right here. Great to have you with us. No clickbait. You got to go to the other channels for that. You're going to find lots of it. Well, let's see. Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, others will not mention their names. You want to get the truth, you're in the right place right here, right now. Knicks losing. President Trump is there. Didn't get his courtside seat, but he did get a bulletproof box. And a lot of people say it was jeered, but there were some cheers in there, people chanting USA. So not really what you think it is, what the fake news will have you say. Meantime, Scott Pelley fired. Now he's going all over the news and CBS 60 Minutes whining about how it's not the same as it was. There's a conservative in there, and we got to tell the truth, and it's so painful. Okay, go out to pasture, you old relic, worthless piece of crap. Basically, it was CBS started with Walter Cronkite lying to you every day, telling you that we were losing the Vietnam War, telling you that the Tet Offensive was a disaster when actually it was unbelievably successful. So CBS has been lying to you for, I don't know, 60 years, right? Remember Dan Rather coming on and, telling you about George Bush, something that George Bush II, that he didn't do, something about the National Guard on like 2 days before the election. Total lie. That's CBS. People have been lying to you and lying to you and lying to you. So what the hell do I care what they do? Now there's some accountability to the truth, and they're all, crying like stuck pigs. You know what? The gig is up. You have networks like ours that tell you the truth every single day. Here's who else tells you the truth. My good friend Mike Lindell, My Pillow. Oh my God, my whole house is outfitted with that. You know what? Prices are up. You want affordability? Go to mypillow.com. Right now, they have the mega sale of the century. Dawn Curtis has put this together. You get free shipping, slippers, $29.98. Check these out. A great sale is when they're $39.98. Now they're $29.98. The slippers, the comforter is to die for. The Giza sheets, the pillows, obviously, the 6-set towel package, $39.98. I got the shower today, get my pillow towel. I mean, spending a week in Morgantown, in hotels, and we stay at nice hotels, right? Marriott Courtyard, great place. But I bring my own towel. I pack them in my own plastic bags. I can't take those towels. They're like paper. They're like cardboard. Once you get a My Pillow towel, it's to die for. It's quality of life. The Giza sheets, everything. Quality of life. I got the My Pillow mattress topper, all free shipping. Mega sale right now. Father's Day's coming up. Tell me your father doesn't need something. Or you could buy something for yourself like I do. Father's Day's coming up. You got to buy dad something. Got to buy your father something. Got to buy your loved one something, your significant other. Father's Day's coming up. No better place than to go to mypillow.com. Get him the slippers. He's going to love those. I go into those as like a slice of heaven. When I go to heaven, of course, I got to go to purgatory first, et cetera, et cetera. But when I finally get there, I'm going to have My Pillow slippers on when I get my angel wings, right? Just go to mypillow.com. Promo code Godzilla, mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla, free shipping, get all the deals right there with promo code Godzilla. And Walter Cronkite, the guy's been CBS has been lying to you for 60 years. People are so corrupt. All right, let's get to Rob in New York. Then I've got Scott Modelin coming on. He's running for State Senate, District 22 in Connecticut. He's coming on, but why don't we start with Rob in New York? Rob, you're live.
Good morning, John. I wanted to answer your question from early on, as far as with what's going on, or your point, as far as with what's going on with Netanyahu and Trump. Me personally, I'm like you. I want to see this thing over sooner rather than later, but it wouldn't surprise me if both Trump and Netanyahu are engaging in the art of theater and subterfuge. Those two guys have a long history. They've been friends for decades. So we don't really know what might be going on behind the scenes. And look what happened in the last bombing run by Israel. They took out a lot of those drones. Apparently there was like a drone storage unit or something along those lines. Those were the drones that Iran was supplying Russia with, and Russia was using those drones on Ukraine. So this thing is a tangled mess, and it never should have gotten out of hand this far. So I don't know. Part of me thinks it's all theater, and Netanyahu's going to be up for election, I think, by the summer or whenever the Israelis go to the polls. So they may have Netanyahu fatigue in Israel anyway. And they have a complicated parliamentary type of government. It's even more screwed up than what goes on in Canada and the UK. So who knows? He may not even be prime minister again. But like I said, I think this is all theater. That's my view.
Rob, that is a very enticing hypothesis. I wouldn't discount it. Now you're back to playing 5D chess, where everybody else is playing checkers, like I guess I am. So I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't discount it, but it is an interesting rationale to take. And thank you for sharing that with us. I guess one day we'll find out if your theory is right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Look, I could be wrong too. I mean, at the end of the day, we got to get this. We got to get out of there. You know, get the uranium, get the hell out.
We just got to get out. So look, to me, all that did was delay things another 2 weeks for no reason. But you might be right. And
But there is a reason. There is a reason, John, because we don't know who the hell we're negotiating with.
that's got nothing to do, Rob, with the IDF bombing Lebanon when Trump asked them to stop, which then caused the Iranians to retaliate and send missiles into Israel, which then caused the Israelis to retaliate and take out the drones and send missiles back to Iran. So one led to the other, which delayed the negotiation for at least a week to 10 days. The time we can't get back. You might be right. This might be all planned and staged. I don't know. I doubt it. But when the Trump papers come out in 2035, I'm sure it'll be in there, Rob. We'll see what happens. But thank you for the call. Always good to have your perspective. Thank you. Let's get to Scott Modelin. Scott, am I saying your name right?
John, thank you so much for having me. Yes, it is Scott Modelin. How are you?
Scott, I'm just excited that somebody's running as a Republican for something in the nutmeg state. As soon as I got your email, I'm like, yeah, I want to get him on my show. So you can kind of tell us everything that's going on about your race, Connecticut. I mean, the Republicans get their 45% of the vote. They get no representation anywhere. No. Give us the lay of the land, Scott.
Well, John, thank you again. Thank you for having me, and good luck with your campaign.
Thank you.
Right now, up in the Northeast, I am absolutely convinced that leadership starts with top down. The governors in New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, and the surrounding areas are absolutely out of their minds. What I've seen is they've all bettered themselves before they better our communities. And we're lied to. That's the bottom line. We are lied to because of controls. And fortunately, I am running for this seat because I started paying attention, John, to the education numbers. I mean, we don't need a group study to figure out we have potholes all over the streets and our infrastructure doesn't look that great. But we all know how to add. And when we see a governor is making $50 million a year while he's in office, something just doesn't smell right.
So what do you tell our audience? You're a state senator now. Tell us the district you're in.
I'm not state senator yet. November 3rd. When I get elected, I will be the state senator here in District 22 that has not been won in 25 years, John.
And give us the where is that, Scott? Like, give us the.
This is Bridgeport, Trumbull, and Monroe.
Oh, that's a very liberal area.
It is extremely liberal. But what we have in our benefit is what happens in our neighboring state, in our sister state, New York, because whatever's happening there is insane. I think they just took mother and father out of custody law language, and they have gestated parent and non-gestated parent.
Wait a minute. In Connecticut,
that's New York, but that's coming here to Connecticut too. All that vile good versus evil stuff that's going on in New York right now, it's coming here. It's coming here real fast.
What's the makeup? You don't have any congressmen. Your governor's a Democrat. I think the last Republican governor was a guy that went to jail for like home improvements or something. I can't remember the guy's name. Like 96. What's the makeup of your state senate and your state house?
Well, John, it's very divided, as most of the country is. But I am not a politician by any means. But being 5 generations from Brooklyn, when you see something, you say something. Mm-hmm. And if you don't say something, you got to wait 2 years for you to say something again.
Right.
And this election cycle, every 2 years,
right,
it's just a money shuffle. And we all want to know how all our officials became so wealthy. Access to information.
Right.
We see this every day. The Pelosi trades, the forever candidates like Bernie Sanders, Maxine Waters. I mean, this is old, disconnected. They have no connect with a 22-year-old that is super sophisticated and actually knows how to use AI.
Now, do you have to win to be the nominee? Do you have to win a primary?
I am not being primaried.
Okay. When is just so we know, when is the primary in Connecticut?
We have the primary coming up on August 11th, and then we have the general election November 3rd. So
you're not opposed. So you're kind of like me. You're running. We're cut from the same cloth. You're running in a deep blue district. You're unopposed in the primary, but you're trying to affect change, and you want a platform to give people an alternative, that there's a better way, and give a message out that can resonate, which we haven't been able to do in these blue areas. Have I kind of summed things up?
Yes, and the message really is we all got to get back to being able to eat dinner at the table on Sunday without everybody breaking out into a fight and everybody looking at their cell phones. And we just, it's only 3 years since we've all been loose, since the world has been shut down fully. I had the luxury of spending time in Florida during COVID, and that's how I ended up here in Connecticut. But states are run differently. And the control from the governors in the Northeast, when you start attacking them and you think, and you could easily tell when you make a dent in their poll numbers or you're a threat, that's when the fangs come out and they just start ripping you to shreds. And that's when the lies and the false narratives 2 days before the election cycle comes through. It's unacceptable. The tactics that people have to hold on to the power, it's disappointing, because all I hear from people is fight, 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 fight. What are you fighting for? How about you go up and affect change? Now,
Right.
my life, I'm licensed public adjuster. So I don't get paid unless I close a claim. I'm not going to go issue a bond to fix somebody's house. We got a lot of deficit spending up here, John. Everybody loves to issue bonds. They have no solutions on how to pay for it. We have no new business coming into Connecticut. We have a lot of people leaving here. This used to be the state like Florida that people from New York would run off to with lower taxes, greener grass, better streets, better schools, and that's not happening here. I moved up here intentionally. I moved up here and I sacrificed higher taxes for better schools. Now, I still have to pay higher taxes in the schools. Teachers are starting to teach their own curriculum instead of what they're supposed to teach. They're teaching their opinions. They're not teaching the students what they're supposed to be learning.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm seeing this a lot. I have 11 and a 13-year-old in the system, but I've listened, and I listened to a lot of people in the neighborhood, and we really have 4 things in common, and we all need to start building on these 4 things, and then we build out. We all believe in our family. We all believe in safety. We all believe in health and wealth. If we take these 4 core values and we just start building out from there, let it become infectious. Let it become infectious like the Knicks are infectious. The Knicks are everywhere right now. You've never seen so much positive social media, John. I can't get away from it. I'm addicted. I can't. So many people just smiling and happy in the streets. Crime in New York City is down 70% during a Knicks game. Even the crooks like the Knicks. I mean, the battle of good versus evil is happening right now on the island of Manhattan because you don't see any paid protesters. None. You know why? Because the Knicks fans will kill them. Soros and those guys, no, don't spend any money in Manhattan right now. You don't see any other cameras anywhere where you have flying signs or blowing whistles. Let's all bring it back to start talking and having a conversation. Don't blow a whistle in my ear. Let's admit that we all have differences and we're all not the same, but we have those 4 things that we can put on paper and we can grow from. But let's start here in the Nutmeg State. Let's start in the Northeast and break that stigma that is over this area. And let's get rolling again. Back to basics, a little more reality injected.
Scott Modlin with us. Scott is running for state Senate as a Republican in Connecticut. He's has no opposition in his primary, so he'll be the nominee. District 22, that's the Bridgeport, Trumbull, Monroe area. And I know it well. But Scott, I love what you're saying because our network is news, talk, sports. And people could never understand why we do this because our audience is essentially the same, right? Conservative
Yes.
talk and sports is the same. But the thing about sports is you can, look, we do, everybody knows I'm a Trump supporter. I'm MAGA. I'm a populist. We're fighting the communists every day. But when you get the sports, it's the only thing that brings people together. And
Yes,
you
sir.
see with the Knicks. And if you're like, I grew up in New York area. So, I watched the Knicks forever. Dave DeBusschere, Bill Bradley, Walt Frazier, Willis Reed, Dick Barnett, Phil Jackson when he played, Action Jackson. I grew up with them. So when the Knick game was on, you watched it. They had great teams, and then they had the Pat Riley era, and then they went in the tank with Dolan and became a joke. But now they're back and they got a great team. So
But
people are
ultimately,
fired
John,
up about it.
we never stopped being Nick fans, though. Through all those peaks and valleys, we never stopped being a Nick fan. That's what
Yeah.
makes this so sweet, and that's what makes us Americans. We s-
I know.
we
Look, you went
we
through.
get together, we
You
get
went.
back together, and
You
we
went
tear
through.
down the walls.
You went through Willis Reed, and then you had Patrick Ewing from Georgetown. You got beat, I think, 2 times by the Hakeem Olajuwon and Tom Janovich's Rockets. But it's been to be a Knick fan, and I'm not a Knick fan, but I grew up watching them. It's just unbelievable to see how great they are right now, and such an awesome team. And I remember Walt. What do they have? Walt Bellamy back in the day would score all those baskets. So long storied history, Madison Square Garden. I remember my father taking me to the old Garden and seeing a Knick game there when I was very young. But it's bringing people together. And that's why we cover sports all the time. And
Good.
you've absolutely nailed it. How do you win? How do you win, Scott?
I keep doing what I'm doing. I cover tracks. I see the people that I just be myself. I love sports. I coach the local rec teams here in town.
Basketball?
Whether it's basketball, absolutely. And I did baseball for one season, challenging. But ultimately, this is the fabric that sews us together. The sports actually comes with rules. I look at them as laws. I have laws in my house. I have laws for the laundry room. I have laws for the cat litter. I have laws for the sink. And if you don't follow the law, there are consequences. That's the bottom line. And
Okay, wait a minute. Wait, stop there. So I'm a cat guy. So if you have rules for the cat litter box, that
Yes.
means you must be a cat guy. True or false?
Yes, sir. It is true.
You have a cat.
I have 2 kittens.
What's your cat's names?
I rescued 2 kittens. My 2 cats are named after mice, Minnie and Mickey.
I don't know. I'm a cat guy. I love my cat Sammy. He sleeps with us right in the middle of the bed.
That's
pain in
same.
the ass. He's such a pain. But he's my cat, and he brings us so much joy. He's hilarious. And now he's older, so he sleeps a lot. But he's just part of the family. You play a family game. He comes up on the table and bats all the pieces off, and then runs off, and you got to figure out where your pieces were. That's when you love cats. It's unbelievable. So I'm glad you're a cat guy. And it sounds like you have a family, 2 children.
Yes, sir.
In middle school.
I have 2 children in middle school. My wife, God bless, she 10 years today that she is cancer free, and I am just blessed. I really am. I really am. Being in this country, being in this state, looking at the trees across the street right behind me versus living in Manhattan and looking at a building and seeing kids get undressed and dressed right across the street from you. And, living in New York City is like living in an ant farm. It's a box within a box within boxes, but it's just not healthy. My kids up here, they flourished. And nothing makes me feel better than hearing my son come home saying, "Dad, I'm done with my homework. Can you drop me at the golf course?"
Scott, I'm so glad I had you on, and I think this is what they said at the end of Casablanca. This is the start of a beautiful relationship.
Yes,
Because
sir.
here you are, you're raising your kids, you're raising a family, you're working every day. The last thing you want to do is run for state senate in a district that hasn't had a Republican in 25 years, right?
No, sir.
Somebody's got to do it. That's why I'm running. When people say, why are you doing this? Because somebody's got to do it.
And I'm with you.
You got to do it. And you got to help each other. And so you're welcome on my show anytime. I love your campaign. And maybe I'll go up there and help you out a little bit. We'll do a fundraiser.
I would love that.
I'll MC it. We'll kick some butt. But if you do that, I have to meet your cats.
Anytime.
Who is it? Minnie and Mickey. Names your cats after the mouse. Okay, that's good.
Fitting. John, thank you so much.
Hey, people want to follow your campaign. Where do they go?
Say it again?
They want to follow your campaign. Where do they go?
They go to Modlin4CT, MODLINFORCT.com. And I'm here for District 22 in Connecticut, Bridgeport, Trumbull, and Monroe. I thank you, John, so much for having me here. God bless America, and have a wonderful week.
Thanks for being with us, Scott.
Thank you.
Chris Miller, West Virginia, next up.
Nobody injured. The New York Times first reported that a U.S. Army attack helicopter went down near the strait in unclear circumstances. The crash came after Iran and Israel exchanged fire, imperiling talks over solidifying a shaky ceasefire in the Iran war. President Trump insisted that an Iran deal is coming.
If we go and bomb, which we can do very easily if we want, and we spend another 2 or 3 weeks bombing, they'll have nothing left whatsoever, but you won't have the strait open for months. If we do the bombing, a lot of people are going to be killed. Who wants to do that? I don't. And we'll have a signed document that's actually stronger than doing the bombing.
I'm Haya Panjwani.
Maine's closely followed U.S. Senate race is among contests being decided in today's primaries. Voters are also going to the polls, casting ballots in primaries in Nevada, South Carolina, and North Dakota. Looks like 2 Democrats will face off in the Los Angeles mayoral runoff.
AP has called second place in the LA mayor's race for Nithya Raman over Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt had a lead over Raman on election night, but ever since then, in every single update, Raman had been gaining on Pratt. Raman got the lead on Sunday night, but just by a few thousand votes. That lead grew on Monday night, which is why we called the race.
Correspondent Stephen Olemacher says the second-place vote-getter will face incumbent L.A. Mayor Karen Bass. The death toll has risen to 101 in the Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo. 550 cases of the disease were confirmed as of Sunday. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 105 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 271. The S&P futures 34 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's finally happening. The Fed is making a change in leadership, and that could have a profound impact on the value of your retirement. When interest rates go down, the value of precious metals like gold and silver can surge. Call Advantage Gold right now at 800-900-8000 and get your free gold and silver investor guide, a $49 value, plus a free copy of Ken Rogoff's insightful book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Inside, you'll get honest information about gold, silver, and other precious metals, so you can explore your options with clarity and confidence. Our specialists can help you open a new account or transfer funds from an existing IRA, tax and penalty free. Markets can turn fast, but gold has maintained its value through every cycle, often holding strong when other assets falter and when the dollar weakens. Are you positioned? Don't miss this opportunity. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000. Results may vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Chinese President Xi has visited North Korea for the first time in 7 years.
The 2-day visit was important for 2 reasons, one of which was spoken and one of which was left unsaid. The spoken one was the deep and unwavering support that both leaders showed for each other and each other's countries. That was particularly important to China because North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has been building relations with Russia in recent years, and China wanted reaffirmation that it remains North Korea's most important partner. The unspoken one was about North Korea's nuclear weapons development. Neither the communique nor the many state media reports about the visit made any mention of North Korea's nuclear weapons. That was important to Kim Jong-un because he wants his country to be recognized as a nuclear weapons state.
That is correspondent Ken Moritsugu reporting. News and analysis at townhall.com. A federal appeals court is raising concerns about the fate of death row inmates in this state.
The state of Alabama began using nitrogen gas as a means of execution in 2024. It involves strapping a respirator to the condemned person's face and replacing breathable air with pure nitrogen gas. Now, a federal appeals court has ruled the method needs more study as to whether it violates a constitutional ban on cruel and unusual punishment. Alabama's last one took more than 30 minutes to complete. The decision comes ahead of Jeffrey Lee's execution scheduled for Thursday. The appeals court stopped short of staying it, asking the judge to consider whether Lee's proposed alternative of a firing squad was feasible. I'm Ben Thomas.
3 more cases of New World screwworm confirmed. The new case is found in a dog in New Mexico, hundreds of miles away in a goat and calf in Texas. More on these stories at townhall.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Sol Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Sol Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Sol Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Well, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Well, today is West Virginia Day. I love West Virginia. I love my Mountaineers. They're going to the College World Series, so we got all Mountaineers for the rest of the day. We got Chris Miller. Well, he's running for state senate in Huntington. That's the seat we're going to flip red. See ya. Another Democrat retiring. I'm going for 39-1, baby. Let's go. Chris Miller, a big part of that, ran for governor. He's coming up. Then at the bottom of the hour, we've got the West Virginia State Chairman, because it's Chairman's Corner. Josh Holstein's coming up. And then the debut of the Mountaineer Mavericks. We got John Finley. We got Oliverio. We've got, I think, let's see who else. Mike Height. And a couple people missing. I think somebody's coming back from their wedding, right? Gino Chirelli. It's all good. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? Oh, there it is. Mountaineer Mavericks. Oh, I love that. We got Finley. Chris Rose. He can't make it today either. He's traveling, but we'll launch it with Finley, Delegate Height, and Senator Mike Oliverio. It's just going to be a really good panel. That's coming up all right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Good to have you with us, as always. And this segment is brought to you, but we might as well stay with West Virginia, right? Brought to you by my good friend Barry Draper and Mountaineer Healthcare. Mountaineer Healthcare from the Smart Health Company. Well, they're helping families, individuals, and businesses like ours get quality health care coverage without getting wiped out financially. I love these guys. Now, you get complete and comprehensive coverage. Here's what you get: hospitalization, surgery, critical illness protection. You also get access to a nationwide PPO network with low $15 doctor visit copays. Can you dig it? All right here. Now, so what, John, if I need quick care? Do I got to go to the emergency room or the doc in a box? No. You get unlimited free telemedicine. That's included. Now, if you need your prescriptions covered, we got you there too. Fully tiered prescription drug plans. They're right there. Now, whether you need an individual plan for yourself or group coverage for your company, Mountaineer Healthcare has flexible options designed to save you money. Here's the kicker. Rates can be up to 40% lower than unsubsidized traditional marketplace plans, including what I'm on. Chris Miller doesn't know this. Medicare. Some 68. That's more expensive than Barry's Healthcare. I mean, let's go figure this, right? This is real savings for working Americans. Now, you can call them now, 833-752-6742. Call the Barry Meister, 833-752-6742. Or you can visit mountaineerhealthplan.com. That's mountaineerhealthplan.com. Smart coverage, real savings, and peace of mind. Truth, clarity, real healthcare savings. Mountaineer healthplan.com. Check them out. Joining me now, my good friend Chris Miller. Haven't seen him in a while. Chris, great to have you with us, man.
Man, tickled pink to be here. This is always a blast.
Miller's always ready to go. Now, he ran for governor, and he ran in the primary against Morrissey. He got outspent in 92 million to 1, but he ran a very competitive campaign, and he was for eliminating the state income tax in West Virginia, which Morrissey was not for until he was for it. So it was your campaign that put Patrick on the spot there. And he says he's dedicated to eliminating the income tax there. But then, much to my excitement, Miller said, you know what? I got another shot at it. I got to take another bite at the apple. So we got 2 blue Democrats in the state Senate in West Virginia, both of them stick in my throat like a chicken bone, right? Although Garcia in Fairmont, really nice guys, tough to get mad at him, but total libtard. But then your guy in Huntington, Marshall retires.
Correct.
And Chris is going to turn that seat red. And so I'm very excited about your candidacy. You're the nominee. And tell us how you're going to make this 39-1.
So, been advertising in this district for a very, very long time. This is kind of like home base. And when you look at the numbers from the governor's race that I unfortunately didn't win, I dominated this area very, very soundly. More importantly, the guy that was he was the sitting state senator. His name is Mike Wolfel. Great guy. He and his family are really, really close with our family. They're really, really good people. He's just got the wrong, letter by his name. Other than that, they're fantastic, fantastic people. That being said, I strongly believe that we need more business people inside of government. If I look at the roster inside of the state Senate and the House of Delegates, there are not a lot of people that have signed the front of paychecks. There are not a lot of people that employ many people. And so at the end of the day, we are in a position where we need a lot more business people inside of government because honestly, John, if I ran my businesses the way the government spends our tax dollars, I'd be broke. And that's true as true can be. And so there's 2 examples I want to give to you right now. I worked with the state auditor just this past year to help him renegotiate a contract. One contract. And I was able to save the state almost $3 million just renegotiating one contract. And that's huge. And then just recently, I had someone else bring me some information where the foster care system is dilapidated. It's in terrible condition. We're sending kids outside of the state and housing them in hotels outside of the state. And then we're paying CPS overtime and flights and all this other stuff. And I literally looked at numbers and went, here's what we do. For $3 million, we build a facility here in the state. We make sure it's certified. We house all these kids here. It'll save the state $13 million a year just for one facility and 140 beds. So it's thinking like business people that really, really matters when it comes to running a government. And that's what I want to bring to the table. I mean, at the end of the day, man, I'm an executive. It's what I do. And, we need a lot more of that kind of mindset inside of government because, buddy, we're in a tough spot. We really, really are. The state of West Virginia is the only state that up until the past year or 2 had been losing population. And so we're sitting on a bunch of gold mines. If I look at just the state itself and look at it like a balance sheet, assets, liabilities, total equity. We have a serious set of financial challenges coming because if we don't add 200,000 people to our state over the next 10 years, it's going to crack our bond ratings, dramatically raise the cost of government, dramatically raise the interest expense, and it's going to make us in a position where we have a bunch of austerity and have to cut a bunch of stuff back. It's going to be an ugly day for West Virginia. The good news is we are sitting on all of the assets the rest of the country needs to fuel the future of the 21st century economy. So we have an incredible amount of coal. We have an incredible amount of natural gas. We've got more water than any other state in the country. According to the Department of Energy, we are the geothermal power potential hub for the country, as in we can generate more power using geothermal than Saudi Arabia can generate in BTUs of natural gas. Get you some of that. Plus, we are sitting on the next evolution of power, which is white hydrogen. We are the hotbed of white hydrogen for the country. And when you add all that stuff up, I literally believe that we can take West Virginia, use all of our assets to export our power, turn the state into the battery of the East Coast, and use it to dramatically write down the cost of the power for our people. And so I'm talking about a 70 to 80% cut in people's power bills, and use that for the foundation of all of our economic growth and development. And if we're able to do that, people will come to us. Businesses will come to us because power is a fixed cost in a time where it's going to keep going up in price. And that is a differentiator that no one else can do. So we're sitting on a bunch of assets that we really should be leveraging for our people. And if we play our cards exactly the right way, we can do something legendary and revolutionary right now. It just takes smart people to be able to pull it off.
So everybody knows we're with Chris Miller. Chris is a candidate for West Virginia State Senate, Huntington. That's where the University of Marshall University is, the Thundering Herd. He also owns a business there, which is Dutch Miller Auto. So he's in the auto business. A couple of questions. Also, just for background, so everybody knows, Chris's mom, Carol Miller, is one of two congresspeople in West Virginia, Republican, obviously, the other one being Riley Moore, who'll be with us, I think, tomorrow. And so
tell him I said hello.
I will do that. And what does your mom think about your campaign?
You know, we really don't communicate a lot about it. I mean, we're totally separate people. That whole nepotism thing can get thrown around a lot. And, you know, what I do is I run businesses. And so I look at the state of West Virginia as an opportunity to run a business again. You know, my mom knows me well. She knows what I'm capable of. And you know, parents think pretty highly of their kids. One of the things that I've always done with everything is that I've earned what I've got. You know, when I got involved in our family businesses, we had 2. And I've grown it to almost 30 businesses where we employ almost 700 people. Not only are we in West Virginia, but we're in Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina as well. And that's from good old fashioned hard work.
Where are you in Tennessee?
Bristol. Got a dealership in Bristol.
And where are you in Virginia?
Virginia, Wytheville. I've got a dealership in Wytheville, Virginia. And then I've got a dealership in Charlotte, North Carolina as well. And I got other business stuff besides the car businesses as well. Right. I'm in energy.
So let me ask you this, Chris, just an honest question. You're an executive that's built a company. You sign the front of paychecks like Ann and I do. You're the chief executive. You run the thing. You go to the state Senate. You know, you're a freshman. You're one of 40 people. You've got your own Republican leadership there. They're going to do what they want. And they turn you into a backbencher and you can't get anything done. Is that going to frustrate you?
The pace of the Army is the pace of the general. And one of the things that I have the ability to do is work at a relentless pace. And so what's going to happen is that I'm going to get them there and roll up my sleeves and work at a pace that they're not quite comfortable with. And it's going to put them in a position where they have to respond quickly and they're going to have to work to keep up with me. So I'm not going to let the slow pace of people around me slow me down. I'm going to charge forward and make stuff happen. That's what I do every single day. So I'm not going to let something like that deter me. And I look at it like this. Instead of being a general in the Pentagon, I just get to be a general on the field. And we need more field generals right now because we seriously need leadership to point us in the right direction and steer this big old ship heading the right way, because we're not heading in the right direction right now. And that's going to take doing things for other people. It's going to take a lot of work and a lot of organization. And quite frankly, I'm excited to do this, man. It's a challenge that I'm looking forward to doing. And I think I'm going to conquer it pretty quickly.
What do you think of, I mean, you pointed out the main problem in West Virginia. It's the elephant in the room that nobody will talk about. It was the first thing you mentioned. This is why I'm a Chris Miller fan. First thing out of the box, brain drain. We graduate kids from Marshall or West Virginia University or, you know, our other schools there, Frostburg, et cetera, great schools, and they leave. Yeah. The young people leaving is the number one issue that West Virginia has. They graduate, they grow up, it's a beautiful state, and they leave for Washington, D.C., or Virginia, or Maryland, or Georgia, or North Carolina, but they're getting out. And therein lies the Achilles heel of the state with all the energy you're talking about, is how do we keep, A, our kids there, and B, get more in?
Right now,
is that not the fundamental question?
You're spot on. Yeah, you're spot on. Our greatest export right now is not our coal or our natural gas. Our greatest export is our educated kids.
Bingo.
And we have to fix that. And the way that you fix that is you create an economy that thrives. And guess who's more prepared to create an economy that thrives than anybody else? It's business people.
Yeah.
And so it's me getting in there and understanding everything that's going on and being able to actually execute. So it is nothing more than organization, leadership, energy, and a thought process. And if we create the appropriate economy with lots of opportunity, and it's all going to be about energy, because this artificial intelligence thing, John, is not going anywhere. And it takes massive amounts of power to fuel it. And we have all of the assets that are required to feed this energy requirement that AI's got. And we might as well leverage it and do something for our people. And so if we use that as the mechanism to create an economy that rocks and rolls and is there for our people, there will be more opportunity for all these kids to stay. And we do have to address education as well, because like what we did with education is that we told a bunch of people that everybody needed to go to college. And then we had a bunch of kids that went off and got degrees in stuff like art history, and then they're strapped with student debt and they're living in their parents' basement. And that's not something that you can convert into the modern economy that's coming. We need people that can do stuff. We need people that understand trades. We need people that understand energy. We need people that understand the emerging 21st century economy, which is all those things. So we've got to tweak our education system a little bit, prepare the workforce much better, and bring in more people too. We've got to do both of them.
I mean, the bringing in people, you got to bring in businesses to bring in the people, because you have to have
Absolutely.
jobs. So you got to bring the businesses in, like Ann and I, invested heavily. We invested when it was all said and done, $1 million in our radio network in West Virginia. A lot of people said, why on earth are you doing that? It's because we see the potential of the area. We see the growth. But we've been able to bring some jobs there, but you got to get the jobs in and the high-tech jobs in to keep the brain power from leaving our state.
Absolutely. The more economic activity you've got, the more jobs that you're going to have. The economic activity that we have the opportunity to provide is always going to be about energy. So we educate the kids more on energy. There's really 5 tenets of the West Virginia economy. You've got coal, you've got natural gas, you've got maritime stuff because we've got more rivers than anybody else. You've also got timber, and then you get hospitality and service. And so we need to educate people on those 5 tenets. And you add that up to then doing things like bringing businesses in with the incentive mechanism, because here's a shocker, right? Capital flows like water to the places that it's most welcome. And so what we have to do is we have to make ourselves more welcome to investment and more welcome to capital. And when you match that up with what the market wants, then my God, you're hitting home runs. And so we know what the market needs. It needs energy. So then we've got to match up the incentive of capital to invest to then provide that market the feed that it needs, the feedstock, if you will. And then, my gosh, you've got an equation that means you get to rock and roll, and it solves all this other stuff. So we're just a little off base. All we have to do is tweak some knobs and dial some stuff, reduce some expenses, and then provide the right opportunity to bring businesses.
I can't wait till you get to the state senate. I just got to go to Charleston and sit in the galley one day and laugh my tail off.
Just you wait, because I will not be a wilting violet on the back row.
Because half them guys in there, like, this is the reality of it. They were Democrats. They saw the handwriting on the wall. They changed the letter by their name. I mean, come on, man. You know what goes on in there. All right.
I will be the largest employer of individual West Virginians in the state Senate when I
half those guys never ran a business.
Yeah.
Right.
But they are all good in their own way, and that's the strength of leadership, is creating an entity that you take the sum of the pieces and you put people in the right places where the end product is greater than the sum of the pieces.
Look, you're a true senior executive. You build companies, and that's
lots.
Your philosophy of how you've done that. We're not as big as you, but we kind of have the same thing. It's all about your people and growing them.
Having a good time, John, is really, really key. I mean, positivity and energy is really, really key, because people don't want to, they don't want to hear about how bad they're doing. They want to hear what they're capable of doing.
Exactly.
And that's what's missing.
Exactly.
That energy and that enthusiasm, and let's go make this happen. We've got an obligation to the people in West Virginia to provide them a product. Government is a product to the constituents. And so if we provide a product to the constituents that makes their lives better, that's called a win-win, and that's what we've got to do.
You know what? It's like we always say here, don't tell me what you can't do, tell me what you can do. I mean, you got to have that attitude. You mentioned the 5 things, and I missed one. Coal, gas, hospitality, maritime, and
timber.
timber. Thank you.
We've got an incredible amount of trees, man. All the hardwoods that we have are ungodly. And then, think about this for a minute. All of those environmental whack jobs are like, oh, carbon. Guess what trees do? They sequester it. We should use that for leverage. We're not thinking the right way. We are not leveraging the assets appropriately to benefit our people. It's all about understanding systems and then mastering them.
I tell you what,
they're not ready for me, John. I'm telling you.
I'm just telling you, dude. They're not, I'm sitting here laughing, just thinking about whatever committee they put you on. Like, I can't wait for your first committee meeting. They're not ready for this level of can-do business energy to get things done and the understanding you have of where we need to go. I mean, I love the governor's, 2030 vision or whatever it is, 25th. I mean, he's got a great vision, but you got to execute it.
You got to execute.
And you're going to be, look, I'm a fan of Patrick's and what he's doing. He's on my show tomorrow. I love his vision. It's kind of ties into what but he needs you there to drive it. And because he gets driven in the legislature, you can't drive it from the Charleston governor's mansion. You got to drive it from, inside the legislature.
I'm really looking forward to working with him. Patrick is a smart guy, and
he's a good guy.
Serious horsepower, and that's what I'm going to bring to the table is some serious horsepower.
You're going to shake things up. I tell you what, it's going to be.
There will not be a committee that I will not walk into and take over. I mean, there's no boundaries here. I mean, people create these barriers in their mind about, well, I can't go do that. Man, that's bull crap. You walk in there and you tell them what's going on. Make it happen, baby. Charge.
Oh, God. Okay, so I'll give you a real life example. Chris Miller is a sponsor of our West Virginia University baseball bus and also the football and also the World Series when I get to him later. So I called him up. I had one day to get it done. One day. And he's like running the business and his phones are going off and faxes and emails and text. And he got the whole thing done. I think we connected at 10. Gave me his agency. By 5 o'clock, we got the whole thing done. There's nobody else can do that except the two of us. We just got it done. It just
teamwork, baby.
It makes exactly what you just outlined.
Make
exactly
stuff
what you did
happen.
Speaking of that, what do you think of your Mountaineer? I think they can win this thing.
Tell me when they were all singing Country Roads after that conference championship victory, it did not raise the hairs on your arms, man.
Yeah.
And one more thing I do want to point out, some of the greatest mullets on that baseball team I've seen in a long time.
They love those mullets. So now we're going to Omaha, and of course I'm going, and we got to bring your sponsorship with us. So I'll get to you with that. I'm sure we'll have that figured out in an hour. But Chris, thank you for everything, and we got to have you on. Your energy is infectious, and we got to have that on. You ought to be. I tell you what. You could go around to other businesses and just go in their sales meeting and this is the way it's done. It's a second business. You'd be great at it. So thank you. Chris Miller, candidate. State Senate, going to turn Huntington red. Then we're going to be 39-1, but we got to hold Oliveri's seat, my guy, in Morgantown. And he's coming up at 9 o'clock. I'm having too much fun today, folks. Lots of energy. We're going to be right back. We've got Josh Holstein. He is the chairman of the West Virginia GOP, and Chairman's Corner is next.
Gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund. Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host Rick Hughes every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
They're better than we are. We're not good enough. We shouldn't even be thinking about beating this 49ers. We shouldn't be talking about it because the Saints ain't good enough. And you guys shouldn't write about us being a playoff team and all that bullshit. That's malarkey. We ain't good enough to beat those guys, and it was proven out there today. It's that simple. We're not good enough yet. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of work to do. We're close, and close don't mean... And you can put that on TV for me. I'm tired of coming close, and we're going to work our off till we ain't close anymore. And it may take some time. We're going to get it done. We aren't in there. We aren't good enough. They're better than us. Black and white, simple fact. Could have, would have, should have is the difference of what I'm talking about. The good teams don't come in and say could have. They get it done. All right? It's that simple. I'm tired of saying could have, should have, would have. That's why we ain't good enough yet. Because we're saying could have and they ain't.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got me on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America. Well, it's West Virginia Day. Well, of course, the Mountaineers are going to the College World Series. We're going to be there. We are fired up. Here's what you do. You want to follow them. I don't care where you are in the country. This is America's team. You got to follow them. And I love their path to getting to the finals. Gets a little bit tougher when they got to play an SEC team. So you think of the College World Series right now, right? You've got 8 teams left, 5 of them in the SEC. 5 of them. Had Kentucky won that game where they blew the 3-run lead to us in the 9th inning, where the freshman made an error, basically opened the floodgates, the SEC would have had 6 of the 8 teams going to the College World Series. Now they got 5 because Kentucky got knocked out. But we've only got to face one SEC team to get to the finals. That's Ole Miss. Of course, North Carolina's in there. They're very tough. Troy is going to get eliminated in 2 games. We're going to beat them first game Friday, 2 o'clock. You know, good bunch of fellas. But my son, as you know, pitches for Maryland. He was out this season hurt, took the red shirt. But Maryland beat him 2 out of 3 in Troy and should have swept them. and we finished next to last in the Big Ten. We didn't have a good season. So, come on, they're not going to win. But then, we got to beat North Carolina. You got to beat Ole Miss. But they play each other. So one of those teams only got to get one more game. They're knocked out. So it's going to be interesting. Then you get to the finals, and you got 4 SEC teams: Oklahoma, Texas, Georgia, and Alabama. So it's going to be very interesting. But we're going to be there. All our coverage. You never want to miss our coverage. All you got to do is go to wvsportsnation.com, wvsportsnation.com. You can download our app there, the App Store or Google Play. Just put in WV Sports Nation. You get our app there. You get the alerts come up. We're sending our beat writer, Brendan Statler, out there. He's going to be there in Omaha, and are going to be there towards the end, leaving after my election on June 16th. So I think we leave on Thursday to get out there by Friday. So we're going to be there. Brendan's going to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Don't want to miss it. Again, WV Sports Nation. Just go to wvsportsnation.com. We got 5-6 stories up a day. We cover everything. We got football spring coming up. So if you're a WVU fan, everything is right there on WV Sports Nation. Also, we will have in West Virginia, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. We'll carry all the games on our flagship. We'll also have a pregame show and a postgame show. So all that going on because, hey, we're in the World Series. First time ever. It's a lot of fun. So don't want to miss that ever. Now, joining us now, Josh Holstein. He is the chairman of the Virginia GOP. And it is Tuesday at 8:30. That means it's RNC Chairman's Day. And our featured chairman's guest today, Josh Holstein, because it's not only Chairman's Day, it's West Virginia Day, it's College World Series Day. It's a day for everything. Josh, thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
So we got our debut of Mountaineer Mavericks coming up.
It's exciting.
In a few minutes. That's going to be exciting.
For sure.
And we might ask you to hang on through that for a couple of minutes. But I'm excited about West Virginia State Senate because my dream is your 40-0. That 40-0. Right now, it's 38 to 2, right?
32 to 2. Yep.
32 to 2.
Yep.
What did I say? 38. 32 to 2. And Chris Miller, who I just had on, is going to win that seat.
He absolutely is.
He's going to blow it away there. That's his area. So that gives you 33 to 1. Jimmy Garcia is a Democrat in my neck of the woods in Fairmont. He's not up till 28. We're going to take him out. Very nice guy by the way. We're going to take him out. Couldn't happen to a better guy, but he's still a libtard. So he's got to go. But he's a very nice guy, but he's got to go. Sure. And then we got to hold Oliverio's seat in Morgantown. That's 26. We got to hold that. And then in 28, it can be 34-0. What do you think?
I think it can happen. I think it can happen. And we're going to try to make sure that we do, from the state party's perspective, all that we can to help secure Mike Oliverio's seat this year. We have a victory program that we're going to be announcing here soon. We're going to hire additional staff, helping them up in Morgantown. We've also got additional staff going to Cabell County to help the Miller campaign, as well as some of our House seats in both of those areas. We're also going to focus in Kanawha County. We know that we're okay there, but that's still, it's still the capital county, and we want to make sure that we reinforce our efforts there. Obviously going to be a little bit more of a challenge this year than it has been in previous years, but we're going to make sure that we keep our majorities, and not only keep them, but grow them. And I think we're well on our way to do that.
Josh, Chairman, West Virginia Republican Party. He's the RNC chairman there. We've also got a vulnerable seat in Wheeling. One of our state senators there, not the best campaigner that's ever walked the earth. Good legislator, not a good campaigner. How do you save her seat?
That district is overwhelmingly Republican. I think President Trump won that state Senate district by almost 40%. So we're pretty confident about it. We also have her on the list, but for different resources. We're going to help there through digital and some other means. So there's going to be some efforts in that district as well. We've also got a House seat in Wheeling from the man who's running for the state Senate for that district, on the Democrat tickets, vacating his House seat that he's served in for, I think, 12 years, Sean Fluharty. So we believe we have a great opportunity to pick up that House seat, House District 5 in Wheeling. President Trump won that seat by 22%. So we think we can flip that seat and add an additional seat to the West
Is
Virginia
that
House.
candidate the young lady that worked for Riley, Katie Rose? Is that the candidate there?
No. Katie Rose is in House District 96. This candidate here is Beth Heinball. She's running for to replace Sean Fluharty in Wheeling in the Northern Panhandle.
So she's a nominee.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I probably need to get in touch with her, but that you're confident that's a House seat that we can flip?
I am. I think we've got a great opportunity. We came close in 2022, but Delegate Fluharty really has a strong local connection there. He's an attorney, business owner, and well respected in his community. So he was able to outperform and overperform the Democrat ticket in that area and maintain his seat. But I think with him out of the way, running for state senate, I do think that we have a unique opportunity.
Does that put that state senate seat at risk?
I think it'll make it closer.
Whose seat is that?
So that is Senate District 1, which is Laura Chapman, that you were mentioning earlier. I do think it makes it closer, particularly in Ohio County, where Delegate Fluharty is represented in the House. But I don't think we're anywhere near, it flipping. Again,
what did Trump win that by, Josh?
40%.
Won it like
won it by 40%. Yeah, 70
by 40.
Yeah, that's
why
right.
would a guy vacate his delegate seat, which he would win, to go to in a Senate seat that Trump won by 40? Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, so I also serve in the House. I actually had the unique opportunity to talk to him about it, and I asked him that very question. And he believes that he believes this year it's going to be a much bigger wave than I believe it's going to be for the Democrats. And he's an overperformer in his district. Like I said, his House district, the president won by 20 points, and he was able to win re-election by 10 points. So he's a 30% overperformer in that area. However, he's never really been tested outside of Wheeling. So, and the district is much bigger than just the city of Wheeling. So, again, I'm confident, even with that overperformance, if it were to extend across the entire state Senate district, I'm still confident that we'll win there.
Well, they're telling me Senator Laura Chapman, is not a good campaigner, not an inspiring speaker, doesn't really like to campaign or raise money. So they're telling me that for those reasons, she's vulnerable to this guy. So how are you going to help her?
Yeah, I mean, we'll do all that we can. We've got, she's part of our digital program. We're going to be helping her there. Again, we'll have volunteers on the ground in that House seat, which is sits in the middle of her district. So we'll be helping the whole ticket there. I think that's where she'll be the most vulnerable, is in the town of Wheeling. So we'll make sure that we get all of our efforts out to help her as well, but we're confident about that seat.
We'll give her some of those energy drinks.
Yeah.
I've never met her, so I don't know her, but that's what I've heard. I've also heard she doesn't do media, blah, blah, blah. So you guys got your work cut out for you there.
Sure.
Because this guy looks like he's somewhat formidable.
And he's talented. He's a very talented politician. But again, he's a little bit more to the left than that district is dramatically. So we're pretty confident there.
Josh Holstein with us. This is Chairman's Corner. Josh is the RNC state chairman of the West Virginia Republican Party. So, Josh, thanks for joining us.
Of course.
Today. Always fun to have somebody on that has, super duper majorities in both houses, controls both of the U.S. Senate seats, controls the 2 congressional seats, controls the governor's mansion, the state treasurer, controls everything.
That's right.
Democrats don't have anything, and I want to be sure and keep it that way. Rumors floating around. These are just rumors, but this is public radio, so you got to throw some of them out there. Rumors floating around that Senator Justice doesn't really like the Senate. He's boring. This is what we've heard. It's boring. He doesn't like it. His dog doesn't like it. Baby dog doesn't like the Senate either. He thinks it's too boring too. So rumor has it that he's going to come back, run for governor against Morrissey, beat him in a primary, and then come back as governor, because he could do that because he wouldn't be consecutive terms. Is any of that true, or is that just a rumor mill?
I think it's all just rumor at this point. I mean, obviously, Senator Justice is a very, very talented politician. He's a popular figure in West Virginia. He's a friend of mine. And I'm very grateful for his time here as governor, and he's done a great job. Fantastic upgrade from what we had before in the United States Senate in that seat with Joe Manchin. So we're very grateful to have him. And ultimately, those decisions are left up to him. Governor Morrissey's doing all that he can to get his agenda through the legislature and to work hard to earn the trust of the people of West Virginia. So I'm going to leave that up to them. That's something they're going to have to decide and work out. And, if that time comes, and we'll comment on that time.
Now, you also serve in the House of Delegates in
Yes, sir.
West Virginia. What inspired you to become RNC chairman of this state? What was the catalyst for that, Josh?
Yes, if you'll give me a little leeway here, I want to give you some of my background. So, raised in the southern part of West Virginia in the coal fields, and growing up as a young man, I saw that my dad, all of the men in my family, every one of the men in my family, both sides, as far back as we can go. I'm an 8th generation West Virginian. They were all coal miners, all of them. And what I saw during the Obama years, particularly the early parts of those, I saw mine closure after mine closure. And then as a result of that, we had people, young adults that would immediately move to Ohio, move to North Carolina, South Carolina, move somewhere where employment was much better. And again, as a result, there was a decline in our infrastructure due to loss of tax dollars. We had school consolidations. Our community suffered, and it devastated southern West Virginia. It hurt our state as a whole, but southern West Virginia was really devastated under the Obama administration. And, for decade after decade, people in this area supported Democrats. Everyone in my family, as far back as we can go, were Democrats. They were conservative, union, blue-collar Democrats. But I saw that the party that they had supported for generation after generation threw them out like they were day-old garbage. They didn't care. They didn't care about their livelihood. They didn't care about their communities. They just tossed them aside like they were useless. And, that really inspired me to seek office as a young person. And I ran for the House of Delegates when I was 17, won the day after my 19th birthday, defeating a Democrat incumbent here in Boone County. And I've served in the House since then, and it's been a privilege. So, just forming relationships in the House. I was a volunteer long before that, an intern, a congressional intern as well. I spent a lot of time making connections across the state, serving with my colleagues in the House and Senate to get important legislation across the finish line. And I had also been a member of the State Executive Committee for 6 years before I ran. So I was very well acquainted with the members of the committee. And when the seat came open, I said, you know what, we're going to try it. And I was very grateful that the voters of the State Executive Committee elected me to serve as chairman.
What is a couple of the things that you've done that other chairmen that are listening to us can model?
Sure. Well, I think one thing that we've really focused on, particularly this year, is voter registration. We have 5 counties in West Virginia that only 5 out of our 55 that are plurality Democrats still. Now, just 5 years ago, it was almost the inverse. This state has dramatically shifted on the voter registration numbers, and voter registration usually lags behind, how the voters actually vote. By a decade or so. So we're just now catching up in our voter registration for where we are on the ballots and how people vote across the state. So we have really made a concerted effort to flip those remaining counties, because building that infrastructure, we have a closed primary this year. Having more Republicans see Republican candidates in the primary is very important. So we made an extensive effort to register some of those flippable voters from Democrat and Independent to Republican. And we were successful in doing that. We flipped around 7,000 this year with our efforts. So, and for a small state like West Virginia, that's really significant. Another thing that we're working on here, we're trying to support President Trump as much as we possibly can. We believe that there's a lot of untapped potential, so to speak, on the ground right now. A lot of folks don't realize what's going on in Washington. They don't realize what's in the one big beautiful bill that Congress passed, and we've made a concerted effort to get that information out. We've crafted a video. We've went out and done press conferences, and there's a lot of things that we have done on the digital front as well to promote that. So I think that's very important, and also just planning ahead for fundraising. We have, I think, 6 fundraisers already scheduled for between now and October. We've got to make sure we have the resources to help our candidates, and that's been my primary focus since I've been chairman.
Tell me about when you say voter registration. I get the 7,000 that were registered as something other than Republican, that you got to register Republican. How many new voters, like they were not registered and now they're voters? Give me the number for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact number. I had that breakdown before, and I don't want to give you false information, but I do believe it was around 20,000 since January 1 of 2024 that had registered Republican new voters. But again, I may be in error on that.
Okay, well, if that's, I mean, because of the size of your state, that's a pretty big number.
It's
right?
significant. It's very significant. And
20,000 is
what
a
we're
big
seeing
number.
is the breakdown on the age bracket, which is very encouraging, is young people are overwhelmingly registering Republican in West Virginia. So we'll see those reports of 18 to 21-year-olds, particularly after the voter registration drives in the high schools. And we're seeing in excess of 50% registration on the Republican side, where Democrats are only getting somewhere between 10 and 20%. So it's very encouraging for the future of the state. And again, we're a little bit different than the rest of the country. It may be the exact opposite, right? In California and some more blue states and more urban areas. But here in West Virginia, we're seeing our young people are registering Republican pretty much 4-1, or at least 3-1 with the Democrats here in this state.
And I heard there's a movement underfoot for some of the, let's call them non-conservative Republicans in the legislature to do away with party registration, or I'm sorry, do away with closed primaries, which you guys finally went to, which I'm in favor of in West Virginia, because obviously they want to win primaries by getting Democrats to vote for them. Why would you guys allow that to go back to the way it was?
You know, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, again, this has been the most contentious issue with the West Virginia Republican Party. I don't see any legislation changing for that. I mean, we don't have our state code allows the state executive committees of each party to make that determination. So there's nothing in law that mandates an open or closed primary, and I don't expect that to change.
So your decision was made not in the legislature. The decision to close the primaries was made within the executive committee of the West Virginia Republican Party, and your bylaws allows for that.
Yes, sir.
So when you did that, what do the Democrats close theirs also?
They did not. So this decision was made prior to me becoming chairman. So it happened in 2024 and was implemented for the first time this year.
Are you in favor of it?
Well, listen, I have always said that we will do whatever the executive committee does.
Now my question, Josh.
I know.
Are you in favor of it?
I am in favor of the decision that the executive committee made. Yes, sir. And
so am I. Because why would you want in a state that is not got there's a handful of Democrats, a handful. Why would you want to let Democrats infiltrate your nominating process? Because what they're going to do, they don't have any candidates. Then they're going to register. Then Democrats could just vote for the moderate to rhino, if you want to call it that, Republican in a primary. So that serves no purpose at all.
Yeah. I think the concern that we've heard from some people are counties to the south, particularly where the voter registration hasn't caught up. So you have a lot of folks that, only 40 to 45% of the county is a registered Republican. I think that's the concern. But again, I don't think, and I've told people this for a couple of weeks now since our primary, I don't think that translates to people voting for Democrats.
I don't either. Well,
no, my
registered. You switch 7,000.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the answer. I mean, if you're concerned about, there's too many people now registered as Democrats, go out and do the work like you've done, do the footwork to switch them to Republican registration. Then they can vote in Republican primaries. And if they don't want to do that, you don't want them as
well. And that's what we have made the biggest effort to do. And that's what I said when I was running for chairman. I said, hey guys, regardless of what your decision is, if you're a pro closed primary person, or you'd rather have a semi-open primary like we've had for years, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach out to these people and let them know. And we have limited resources in West Virginia, right? So I am sure there are some people that never got the message, but we've targeted people as much as we humanly could to make sure they had that information. And we believe we were successful in switching over many of those.
So, I mean, look, I'm in South West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an independent or a Democrat registered. I've been that way for 30 years. I get mail. I go to vote in the primary. They said, well, you can't vote in the Republican primary. You're registered as a Democrat. Well, what the hell am I going to do? I'm going to say, well, how do I switch?
Yeah.
How do you switch? I mean, you know what? Here's what the deal is. Rhinos want Democrats to vote for them in nominating contests so they can beat the conservatives, so they can beat the MAGA candidate. That's all this is about. You know it, and I know it. You can't say it, I can.
Yeah.
The truth, Josh.
That's right.
Set you free.
Set you
You
free.
know it.
Yes, sir.
You know it. I'm your mouthpiece. John Fredericks Media Network. I like this guy, Joe. This has been a fun day. West Virginia is fun. We got the Mavericks coming up. Because the first thing I'm going to ask him is about your closed primary thing. It's going to be my first question. We'll start with that.
Yeah.
Oh, your Mavericks coming up. Josh Holstein. Josh, people want to follow you. Where do they go?
Yeah, so follow us at wvgop.org. I also have a Twitter handle for myself, which is at Josh Holstein WV. Follow us there. Visit our social media pages as well on wvgop.org. Find us there and help us out.
If you feel like hanging with us for another segment, you're welcome to stay on. I've got a little reduction in people for Mountaineer Mavericks. Gino is traveling back from his wedding in Italy, and somebody else is out traveling. I can't remember. Rose is out. So if you want to hang with us, you're welcome to hang. Mountaineer Mavericks debut coming up. Keep it right here.
President Trump had publicly warned Israel not to strike Beirut in its war with Iran-backed Hezbollah militants. When it did on Sunday, Iran responded by firing ballistic missiles at Israel for the first time since the April ceasefire. Israel then struck Iran, with which Mr. Trump has been engaged in weeks of high-stakes negotiations. The fighting has since died down, but the differences between the two leaders may persist. That's because President Trump wants to wind down an unpopular war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ease gas prices. Iran says a full ceasefire in Lebanon is key to any deal. Bernie Bennett, Washington.
Why does it take California so long to certify elections?
California takes a long time to count votes, and that's because about 90% of the voters cast their votes by mail. And on election night, counties like Los Angeles will release their results of the mail ballots that they have processed so far, plus whatever votes were cast on election day. Mail ballots typically favor Democratic candidates more so than Republican candidates, and especially in this race, we have evidence that Democrats held onto their ballots all the way up until the final days of the race, perhaps while they were waiting for the governor's race to settle.
Correspondent Stephen Olemacher says incumbent L.A. Mayor Karen Bass will face another Democrat, Progressive City Council member Nithya Raman, in the runoff. Wall Street, the Dow futures up 168 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 226. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
A 6.1 magnitude earthquake has struck near western Cuba, shaking buildings in Havana and beyond. No injuries or damage reported. The U.S. Geological Survey says quake occurred about 16 miles below the surface in waters just west of the capital. Miami-Dade County officials evacuated several buildings as a precaution, and service on 2 elevated commuter trains was temporarily suspended. A fault zone just off Cuba's southeast coast has triggered damaging quakes in the past, including a 7.7 magnitude trembler in January of 2020 that caused damage in Cuba and the Cayman Islands. Rescuers are still searching ruined buildings in the southern Philippines to ensure that no one is still trapped 2 days after the strongest earthquake to hit the country in a half-century killed at least 37 people, displaced more than 32,000. Only 4 people were considered missing on official records in the southern provinces near where the quake struck. News and analysis, townhall.com. A 6-figure visa charge is tossed out.
A federal judge has struck down the Trump administration's $100,000 fee on new H-1B visas, siding with 20 states, saying the executive branch exceeded its authority. The Trump administration announced the much higher fee in September as a way of preventing foreign workers from taking American jobs. The ruling contradicts an earlier federal court decision that denied a request by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to strike down the visa fee. There is yet another case in San Francisco setting up the possibility for appellate court clashes. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
OpenAI has filed paperwork to potentially become a publicly traded company. OpenAI says it has not yet decided on the timing, as there are advantages to staying private. The move follows Anthropic's June announcement of its own IPO plans. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's a common sense recap of the big stories.
This meeting with China and President Trump, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Listen, China's not our friend. They've been stealing our technology. They've been stealing the AI, responsible for the COVID. We have to be very, very careful about giving stuff to China.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's the top news of the day.
China wants the oil from Iran.
They want to make a deal that's good for them and not piss us off too much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Well, welcome back to the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth and clarity, right here. Hey, this is the debut, right? Did I say that right? This is the debut. That's a French word. Debut of Mountaineer Mavericks, and we've got our panel set up and ready to go. And what better week to start than the week that the West Virginia Mountaineer baseball team is going to Omaha, and we are going to be there. WV Sports Nation. Go to WVSportsNation.com. We're sending our beat writer out there, Brendan Statler. Ann and I are going after my election on, when is that? Tuesday, next Tuesday, the 16th here in D.C. So we're leaving, I think, on Thursday. We're so confident they're getting to the finals. We already booked our hotel and everything. So we're going to be out there. But I got 2 writers going out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Go to WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com. Don't forget to download their free app. How easy is that? Got an Apple device? Just go to the App Store, put in WV Sports Nation. Our app comes up. You can get the alerts right to your phone or your mobile device or computer, whatever you want. And if you got an Android, go to Google Play, WV Sports Nation. Do that. This segment is brought to you by our great friends at sat123.com. Their Starlink Mini. Everybody should have this. Okay. You think I'm going to Omaha without my Starlink Mini? You think I'm sending our writer out there without a Starlink Mini? It fits right in your briefcase. And all you got to do is you got to have a window. Just, open the window, put it right by the window. Forget that hotel. I can't bother with that. I mean, we got stuff to do. That Mini, man, it fits right in your bag. It's this big. It's $169. You plug it in. You can plug it into your cigarette lighter if you're in the car. Open the sunroof up in the summer, or just crack your window, put it right there by the window. You're going to get full 100%, 100-speed upload and download. Unbelievable. We couldn't run our bus without. In fact, Dan, put up the picture of our WVU Sports Nation bus that was right outside of Kendrick Family Ballpark for the regionals and the super regionals. That thing was rocking. We did our shows on it. Look at all the cool. That was so cool. Hey, Mike Oliveri, he was in the bus. Good job, Senator, right? We got all the ads up there and parked right out in front. Thousands and thousands of people were honking when they went by it. People coming over, taking pictures. So that's our WV Sports Nation bus. And we're all Omaha bound. So it's all good. Get your Starlink today. Just check it out. If you own a business, this thing is, you got to have it. If you're like, you got to have this. You got to stay connected, right? All right there. Just go to sat123.com, sat123.com. Look at your Starlink Mini and $169. And I think the plan I've got is $59. I mean, it's like the greatest invention ever. Of course, it's by Elon. That guy's pretty smart, but I love my Starlink. I never leave home without it, as they say. Okay, let's get started. We've got, okay, Dave, hang in there. We'll take your call in a minute, but let's get right to it. Our panel today on on Mountaineer Mavericks. We've got Delegate Michael Haidt. Mike, thanks for being with us. We've got
Thanks for having me.
State Senator Mike Oliverio. Thanks for being with us.
Thank
Senator.
you.
It was good to see you on the bus the other day in our pregame show. You did great, by the way. Definitely
So much fun.
Enjoyed meeting your sister as well. And of course, you couldn't have a panel on the Mountaineers without the one and only #1 political consultant and GOP strategist, my good friend, Johnny Finley. John Finley with us as
Thanks for having me.
John, always good to have you. John is John, whenever I'm having a bad day, I just call Finley up and he talks for 5 minutes. I spend 4 of the 5 minutes laughing my tail off. So we just had to have him on. So John, thanks for being with us. Mike Haidt, I'm going to start with you. I just had on the chairman of your party, Josh Holstein, who's also serves with you in the House. And, we heard there's a movement underfoot to get rid of your closed primary system. And I'm trying to figure out why on earth would you guys want to do that? So I'll just open with that, Mike Haidt.
Well, I'll say kudos to Chairman Holstein for saying that he supports his committee and whatever they decide. That's the politically correct thing to say. So kudos to him for saying that. I'm going to go the other way. And I think, John, I heard your response to that, and I think you're 100% wrong. And the reason I think that is it has not been that long ago since West Virginia was ultra blue. And one only has to say, how did we go from ultra blue to ultra red? And it's not because, 2 million people left West Virginia and 2 million other people came in. It's generally the same people that have switched in some fashion. Now, I think the majority of them have switched from blue, from that Democrat Party, who feel like the Democrat Party left them. They have gone way too far left, and we just can't go with them anymore. But we're not so sure we want to be ultra right either. So what they've done is they've switched from Democrats to independents. And how did we get to be a supermajority? It was those independents that got us to where we are today. And to close our primary and say, we don't need you anymore, I believe is a huge mistake. We still need those independents. And I think we need to open back up our primary.
So, Mike, wouldn't those independents you said are getting kicked to the curb, as I'm going to paraphrase what you said, but they still would vote. They still have the opportunity to vote for the Republican candidate in November. So I don't really get why. I mean, and if they want to vote in the Republican primary, then just change their party registration.
I think a lot of times those people who vote in the primary stick with their candidate in the general. So if you give them the opportunity to vote in a Republican primary, they're going to stick with that candidate when the general comes around. If you push them towards a Democrat candidate and force them to pick a Democrat candidate in the primary, that's who they're going to stick with in the general. Not always, but I think generally that's what happens. And I think that's how we got so red to begin with.
So if they're an independent, can they still vote in a Democratic primary? Is that still open?
Sure.
Or do they? Okay. Let's get Finley's perspective here, John, GOP strategist. You were there during serving. You were the executive director for a while of the West Virginia Republican Party, John, before you joined the Trump campaign.
And I obviously respect Delegate Mike Haidt tremendously. Great conservative voter. I just disagree completely with the premises here. So voters don't care about how party nominees are selected. I mean, Youngkin was selected in Virginia as an example by 35,000 people. Terry McAuliffe had over 1 million votes in the primary. Youngkin still beat him. That's just a Virginia example. We actually have a real world example of a state that changed its system from an open primary to a closed primary. That was Idaho in 2012. And a decade later, the GOP gained seats in the legislature. The Overton window on conservative policy shifted to the right. And the only thing that changed was they went from 30 to 40% Republican registration to over 60% Republican registration. So none of the arguments of, oh, we're going to lose independents in general are actually reflected in the data anywhere. If you ask voters, do they care if, how a party chooses its nominees, that's just not there at all. And also, I disagree with the premise that that's why we switch. When we switched and started voting Republican all the way back in 2000, it was conservative Democrats, in addition to the independents, that voted with us. The reason that the state switched simply is because it's a homogeneous state. I mean, it's very white, very old in general, very working class, and it's an energy state. So, that's why it switched so fast. It wasn't because, we had these independents gradually building over time. It was because Obama's war on coal broke the camel's back there. So, if the Democrats ever start doing well with downscale, less educated rural whites, then West Virginia will flip right back. But I don't see that happening. And I don't think anybody sees that happening really in the next 20 years or so, because they just totally abandoned that demographic. So this is really an argument over who should choose our nominees. Should it be members of the party, or should it be people that can't even be bothered to be members of the party? I mean, my mom said growing up, why buy the cow if they're giving away the milk for free? And that's the basic argument I have for why we should have a closed primary. It should be our party members that choose our nominees, not people who can't even be bothered to register with our party.
Senator Mike Oliverio, you want to weigh in here, Mike?
Hey, John. Good morning. I've kind of watched this over the years, and to be honest, this model of an open primary has served Republicans. I think it was about 40 years ago, Republicans started allowing independents to vote in the primary. And John, understand, no Democrats or any other people are allowed to vote in that Republican primary. You have to be either a Republican or a no preference independent voter. And the Republicans have allowed that, and that has caused an enormous swing in our legislature to supermajorities and every state office, all our federal offices. Right now, it appears to be working. It is a decision that's in the hands of the state executive committee, and I try not to tell them what to do. Certainly, they are elected and make those kinds of decisions. But looking back, it appears to have served the interests of our party. This was the first primary where independents were not allowed to vote. And some are suggesting that those independents sort of rebelled against our Republican nominees for the 3 judicial seats, and we lost all 3 of those. We lost 3 good candidates. So maybe that's the case, maybe not. But I'll let the Republican Executive Committee make that decision, and I'm prepared to run in any kind of primary, whether it's just Republicans, whether it's.
All right, so you guys are leaving it. You guys are leaving it to the state committee, right? It's in their hands. So they voted to close it. So now to open it, you would have to have a state committee meeting, John, right? I mean, you were executive director.
Yeah, you have to have a state committee meeting. I know that there are some people, and I mean, there are certain interest groups that had horrible election results on Tuesday, and they're very eager to blame their really horrible results on an open primary. What Senator Oliverio said there, there's no evidence that the closed primary hurt the Chamber of Commerce's endorsed judicial candidates. What happened is that those judicial candidates got outspent massively, and the chamber provided zero outside support to those candidates. And so that's why they lost. But really, I don't think that it's going to come up at this next meeting. The state GOP outside of emergency meetings meets twice a year. They have a summer meeting and a winter meeting. The summer meeting is where they're going to elect all of the statewide leadership for the next 4 years. Chairman Holstein is up for re-election. I anticipate him being reelected by a wide margin. We have a lot of business there, and deciding on the 2028 nomination process will not be on their agenda, from what I understand. And I don't think there's a big appetite to have that fight less than 100 days, 100 to 120 days before the general election. So if this comes up, it'll probably come up in the winter meeting of 2027 would be my prediction.
Where does the governor stand on it? Does anybody know, or does he care?
I think the governor has always been a firm advocate for a closed primary. to my
I mean, look, I've lived in all sorts of different environments. I guess when I was in Pennsylvania, it was closed. I'm in Washington D.C. now; it's closed. I'm running for office here, Ward 2 Chairman, D.C. GOP. But then I was in Virginia, where it was like there was no party registration at all. You didn't even know what you were. That's like the stupidest system because you can't even identify your voters. Then I was in Georgia, where because I've lived in a lot of places, I was in Georgia where you can register as a Republican, but Democrats can vote in your primary, but then they can't vote in the runoff if they voted in this other primary. Just a convoluted system. If you just close the primary, they nominate the most liberal person imaginable. We nominate the most conservative person possible, and then independents have to decide. I don't see what's wrong with that system.
I don't think
Yeah,
that
there's
it's
nothing.
wrong or not.
Go ahead, Mike.
I think it's just a preference of what system do we want here in West Virginia. And I think there will be a telling sign in this recent election of the people who were elected to the statewide committee. And, I think that statewide committee, it wasn't real important to a lot of people. The job that they did only happened, every so often when they were picking people that left office. So I don't think people paid a whole lot of attention to it until we closed the primary. And now I think there was a lot of attention this past election paid towards the executive committee on the state level. And I think it'll be real interesting to see when this vote comes up again, how it goes. I think we will open up the primary again.
Do you believe that, Oliverio?
Just in talking with some of the executive committee members that were elected, I think there's certainly interest in doing that. We'll wait and see when they get into a meeting and start to process the issue. But understand, I'm okay either way. I have 100% pro-life voting record through 22 years in the legislature. I have an A rating with the NRA. Whether it's the most conservative voters or some independents mixed in, I'm going to compete and I believe be successful.
Well, we need you to win. I've told you this before. You represent, my core area where the majority of our businesses is. We're the flagship of West Virginia University. Our office is in Fairmont, which you represent some of that. Morgantown is our biggest area. That's our biggest station. We have 9 signals there. So the last thing I want is some libtard representing my area in Morgantown. So we've got to get you reelected there, guys. But if Morrissey weighs in, I don't see how you change it. I mean, if the governor weighs in and said, I want a closed primary, I don't see how the executive committee overturns a decision they already made. And I don't know why he would not weigh in, because it's in his best interest.
It's weighing in on a party decision is really complex. That's why you've seen both Delegate Haight and Senator Oliverio say they respect whatever decision the body makes. I'm obviously in favor of it. I'm going to, and I help President Randy Smith. We're going to respect whatever decision the body makes as well. Outside pressure campaigns many times tend to backfire when trying to influence.
Good point.
There was a lot of people that did register and run for the committee, and there was some text sent out, some money spent. Many of those candidates lost at the end of the day. So it's a really, it's a very unique group, and outside pressure campaigns tend to backfire more than succeed in my experience.
Makes sense, guys. You're on our first edition of Mountaineer Mavericks. We've got Senator Mike Oliverio, Republican state senator representing the Morgantown area south to Fairmont. We've got Mike Haight with us. Mike, the area that you represent, tell everybody what it is.
Eastern Panhandle, Berkeley County, specifically in the Martinsburg-Hedgesville area.
All right. Love Martinsville. Love the Panhandle. Beautiful area. We've also got with us a longtime GOP strategist, West Virginia, John Finley, former executive director of the West Virginia Republican Party, so he knows a little bit about what's going on. Also former executive in the Morrissey administration, the governor Morrissey administration with us. Now, guys, one of the things that was brought up that I think is really, I just want to get you guys' perspective on it because it's really the elephant in the room, is the brain drain going on in West Virginia. The fact that, we got really smart kids, they graduate from one of our colleges, Frostburg or Marshall or, West Virginia University, and then they leave the state. And so we keep losing our kids. We keep losing population. That's why we lost one of the congressional seats. What are you guys going to do to change that? Let's start with Senator Oliverio.
Yeah, we do have a challenge with an older population. One of the things that is really helping keep young people in West Virginia now is healthcare opportunities. WVU Medicine, Vandalia Health System, Marshall Health. These are our three biggest employers now in West Virginia. And the healthcare job opportunities are phenomenal. And so that's helping. We adopted a promise scholarship years ago that if West Virginia kids who have performed well in high school stay in West Virginia for college, we pay a big chunk of their tuition. I think that's helping. And then finally, we have an Ascend program. And the Ascend program is a remote worker attraction program. And it's designed to appeal to that person that's maybe living in a 20-story apartment building in a concrete jungle of Chicago and New York City. They can't have a dog. They don't have a yard. They can't keep a car. And all of a sudden, we offer them some financial incentives, some recreational opportunities, some mortgage incentives. They move to West Virginia. They buy a house. They start a family. They got a dog. They got a car they can park in their garage. And their quality of life just increases dramatically. And we've seen a few thousand people do that already. And we're going to expand this program. We're going to create opportunities for teachers in this Ascend program. We're reaching out now more to retired military folks to come in. And I think that's a real positive step. And just creating opportunities, internships during college. Those are the kinds of things that can help us grow our population here. It's a great place to live and work and raise a family.
Mike, the Ascension program, when it started, was funded exclusively by the president of Marshall University, who founded Intuit. So he had the money to do that. Mike Haidt, do you see that program, Ascension, which I think is a great program, but it's very limited in its scope? Do you see that expanding to where the legislator might appropriate funding for that, so it's just not one guy doing it?
Yeah, I think that's something we certainly have to look at as a legislature and try to diversify that. And it's very personal for me. I have a kid that graduated from WVU with a computer science degree and immediately went to Northern Virginia to find a job and has now moved to the Raleigh-Durham area chasing employment that he couldn't get here in West Virginia. So I understand it, but I think the Republicans have done a great job since they've taken over to diversify our economy here in West Virginia and to offer more technical type employment for the individuals who are graduating from college here in West Virginia now. So I think we're on the right track, and I think that is improving. Also, I think if you look at the net migration, I think our net migration is positive in West Virginia. There are more people moving into West Virginia than are moving out. The problem is, I think it's an older population moving in and a younger population that's moving out.
That's the issue. It's the brain drain. Guys, I got to go to a quick break. Word from our sponsors. When we get back, Mountaineer Mavericks continue. John Finley, Senator Mike Oliverio, Delegate Mike Haidt. We're going to be right back. Talk about the Mountaineers going to Omaha. I can't wait. Let's go. I'll be right back.
Or greet each other. Listening to music or a podcast with our earbuds is so much more preferable than having to greet others we encounter. As a result, people are becoming more and more disconnected from each other. So let's start a human connection trend. Here's an experiment for you to try. Put your phone and earbuds away for a day while in public. Try to engage others in your path with a simple smile and a kind hello. These simple gestures will become a powerful force in the world. A smile costs nothing, but can be a powerful tool to brighten the day for others. Let your smile be a light for all to see. It's a gesture of love from the Lord. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Oh, you got him. You're on Mountaineer Mavericks. Great to have you with us. We've got John Finley. Oh, John, longtime friend of mine. FOJ, that's friend of John. So John. And John is a longtime GOP strategist, and now in West Virginia, was executive director there, also in the Morrissey administration. We've got Delegate Mike Haidt is with us from the Berkeley area. That's Panhandle, goes up to Martinsville, one of my favorite, beautiful area up there, Republican, obviously. And my senator in Motown, baby, Mike Oliverio, he's my candidate. Mike, let's go. Got to win that seat. The Democrats are coming after you, Mike. You know what? You're such a nice guy. Like, why would they come after you, right? But I tell you who else is a nice guy. Jimmy Garcia down in Fairmont, where my office is. Very nice guy, but he's a libtard. So he's got to go in 28. So we
Joey.
gotta hold your seat, Mike.
Yeah, we're going to work at it really hard. It's nice that you have John Finley on today. John was our executive director of the party 4 years ago when I ran, and he was very helpful to my campaign in 2022. Provided a lot of support, provided some staff, technical support, voter data. So I do owe a lot to John for his work in that 2022 cycle, and appreciate the work that he did to help me get in there. We've got a great chair now with Josh Holstein, and I know he has a good team, and hopefully they'll be as helpful to me in this 26th cycle. My district's one of the only Senate districts in West Virginia where there are more registered Democrats than there are Republicans. My district's only seen 2 Republican senators elected in the last 100 years. So it's a difficult district to run, but we're going to work hard and hope to be successful again in 26 like we were in 22.
Well, I think you're going to win. And by the way, you have a new budding career as a sports analyst on our baseball pregame show, which you came on the other day on the bus. And you did a great job. I got some great feedback. A lot of people said, boy, that guy knows a little bit about college baseball. Good job.
Hey, that was a lot of fun, and I will make my services available for free on Friday as I am headed to Omaha.
When are you going to be there?
I'll get there on Friday in plenty of time for your Friday game.
Pre-game show, game is 2. Pre-game show is going to be, I think, at 12:45, 12:30, something like that. We'll let you know. That'll be our pre-game show to the game against Troy. So we'll have you in remotely. I'll be in DC. I don't get there until we get
Where
to the
will
final.
Brandon be?
Brandon will be there. Brandon's getting there tomorrow.
Okay.
He's going out there. Are you staying at the team hotel? I think Brandon's at the media hotel.
Okay. Well, good. We look forward to it. Should be a great 10 or 11 days, concluding with West Virginia winning their first national championship in baseball.
I know it'll be good, and they're going to beat Troy, no doubt about it. As I said earlier in the show, Maryland, my son pitches for Maryland. Maryland beat them 2 out of 3 in Troy, and should have swept them. And we didn't have a very good season. We had a bunch of injuries. Joe was out for the season. I think that was the final game he pitched in, shut him down the 8th or 9th inning or something, and then got hurt. But we should have swept them. We finished next to last in the Big Ten. So Troy, I know they got better, blah, blah, blah. Just like they tell me Cal Poly was better, blah, blah, blah. They got to do hype. We're going to win that game, and then we got to get through North Carolina, Ole Miss. No slouches. Tar Heels have great pitching, but you know what? They came within an inning of getting kicked to the curb by USC, another Big Ten team. So I don't know. Are they that good? We'll find out. Ole Miss, to me, is got to be the favorite there. If there's somebody going to beat us, it's going to be that SEC team.
I think right now, West Virginia University is America's team, and I think there are people all over the country rooting for this team. They're seeing even the NBC News and other broadcasts showing that Country Road song being played, and I think we've captured the attention of America. And there's only 2 teams in all of college baseball who have made it to the Super Regional 3 years in a row, us and North Carolina. So when someone talks about elite programs, we are one, and I think because of that and the experiences these players have had, I think they're going to be ready to play.
I have no doubt. I mean, I think they're getting to the finals. That's why Ann and I are going out there a week from Wednesday. So either way, we'll be out there. But I'll hook you up with Statler. He's our beat writer. He'll be leaving tomorrow, so he's on his way out there tomorrow.
Great.
Let's get to Mike Height here. Mike, you're in Berkeley, right? So you're not in Morgantown, but you're in Berkeley. But the enthusiasm goes beyond Morgantown, right? It goes beyond Fairmont. It's really statewide. What has been the reaction to this Mountaineer run? People in your district, what are they saying? What do you feel, Mike Height?
Oh, it's electric over here as well. There's a ton of people over here that have gone to WVU or have kids that have gone to WVU. So I think it's just as electric over here as it is anywhere in the state. And everybody's excited. And I even know a few people that are going to Omaha to watch. So it's big here as well.
It's just, John, I'm going to rope you into the college baseball world here. But what do you think the impact is on the state? I mean, we call it America's team. It's kind of put WVU on the map. It's going to help recruiting. It's going to help people going to the university, who just a couple of years back, the older president who since retired had to cut programs. He said the school was broke. Now that's changed a little bit. What do you think this has done overall for the?
Oh, no. I mean, it's a huge plus. I mean, as I think the senator said, I mean, that Country Roads clip is going viral. It's really putting, the university on the map, in addition to, kind of focusing in. We all hope that the Mountaineers football team improves, but, showing that we are dominant in a few key sports kind of definitely helps recruiting. I mean, President Trump had the rifle team in earlier, and so anytime that WVU is doing well, nationally, it definitely helps put us on the map and increase the applications to our state. I mean, that's a very, very, very time-honored tradition. When you look at the data of, hey, they win a national championship or they win something, admissions go up. So definitely a good thing. I mean, winning's always a good thing. I don't think anyone says winning's a bad thing. So.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at Ren Baker, guys, it's really hard to argue with the success that he's had, the rifle team national champions. But Mark Kellogg, coach of the women's team, took them to the Sweet 16, or it might have been the Elite 8. I think he took them to the Elite 8. Basketball team has got some issues they've got to get through since Huggy Bear left. But I'm really bullish on the football team. They played well over their heads last season. Remember, Rodriguez came in. I mean, he had a hodgepodge team. He had a whole new culture. Half the kids abandoned the team. He had to get all new kids in from the portal, get kids from high school, transfers in, walk-ons. And they were competitive in a lot of those conference games. Won a couple of them, beat Pitt, obviously. Now he's had a whole season. He's had a whole 12 months in order to refine his culture. He's had a great recruiting season. I think we've got a quarterback. They understand his offense. Remember, he came in, he had a whole new offense. Nobody understood it. It's very complicated. I think our football team is going to, I'm not going to say we're going to win the conference, but, we're not going to win 2 games. I think we can win 4, probably 4 games in the conference and compete. You guys want to weigh in on that?
I came to West Virginia University with Rich as we were college freshmen together, and I've known Rich for over 40 years, and I think the experiences he's had all over the country in different roles of coaching is now coming together. And I feel a similar experience with my time in the legislature now. I'm the most senior member of the state Senate, and when you have that kind of experience and you've experienced a little bit of trial and error here and there, I think you're in a great position to be able to lead. I think that's what we're seeing from him. He really understands college football, even though it's a changing environment. But I think he's going to put a very competitive team on the field this fall. And I'm excited for him. I'm one of those. I'm glad to have him back. I know there were different times when Mountaineer fans had given up on him. But right now he's our guy, and we need to support him and help him be successful. And just like John was saying, I think everybody understands that college athletics is the front porch of any university. It's the curb appeal that people see when they drive by. And if you can put something here that's attractive, it encourages people to support your institution, support your athletics, and send their kids to school here. And we have a great university. We offer a lot. We're in a strategic location in the Mid-Atlantic region of the country where we can attract folks from all different places. And this just helps us when we're winning and people are getting to see us more on television.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll make our prediction. I think the winner of the first North Carolina Ole Miss game is going to likely be the favorite to get out of that bracket because we're going to have to beat one of them twice, and both of them are very, very good. Ole Miss or North Carolina. North Carolina's got better pitching, but you got five. What was it? You got 5 SEC teams out of 8 there. If Kentucky had beaten us, it would have been 6 of 8. Play on a different level. So I think the winner of the Ole Miss North Carolina game in that first bracket is going to be the team that we're going to have to beat. We're going to beat Troy, get in the winners bracket. We'll play the winner of that game, and then you got to beat them twice. So we'll see what happens.
It's an 8-team tournament, and we're the number 1 seed. And in an 8-team tournament with the number 1 seed, you expect the number 1 seed to win it all.
Well, if they get there, they're going to have to play likely, Georgia, Texas, all of those teams in the other bracket. Any of those teams can win. I think you'd have to be crazy to try to predict that. Georgia, Texas, Oklahoma, and Alabama, 4 of the best teams in the nation, all playing each other. So you don't have to face one of those. So we'll see what happens.
I think the success of one team in this regard, baseball, I think that helps all of the other teams. It helps recruiting for football and basketball and other areas. So any team that has success at WVU will only help all the other sports.
Let's get to data centers. I think it was either Holstein or Chris Miller. It might have been Miller that was on earlier, who said his vision when he goes in the state senate is to expand, like to be the data center central of the country, because you got the energy and you got the space. You bring all the data centers there, and those bring in jobs for AI and things of that nature. What's your guys' reaction? A lot of people don't like data centers. Let's start with Height.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't like data centers because there's a lot of misinformation going on out there, that they don't understand what data centers are, what they do, how they work, the revenue that they bring in. They just don't understand the whole concept of data centers. I'm with Chris Miller. We have 2 here in Berkeley County. I'll take 5 more. And I know that's not popular with a lot of people in Berkeley County, maybe even some of my constituents. But again, I think they just don't understand data centers and how they work. And I think there's a lot of misrepresentation about how much resources they take. We are an energy state right now. We're exporting energy. So the energy is here. We can either take the data centers and provide the electricity here in West Virginia, or we can pay to have infrastructure and power lines more to Northern Virginia to provide data centers with power there. I would much rather have the data centers here. We have plenty of water. We have plenty of energy. And I think they will only transform West Virginia, who's a poor state right now, and we need the revenue to make us better.
Do you agree with that, Senator Oliverio?
We just if we're going to do data centers, we just need to do them in a responsible manner and listen to some of these concerns. We dealt with some legislation this year that was a rules package for the development of data centers that went a little bit further than the 2025 legislation that some of the folks had some real concerns with. So as long as we can develop these data centers in a responsible way, taking into consideration some of these issues that have been raised, I think it's helpful. And some of these same folks that are lining up and screaming at us to be against data centers, they're the same folks that are saying, what are you going to do about the water problems in McDowell County and Wyoming County? And if the federal government is saying no to helping us with some of those projects, it's going to have to be some state money, obviously. So, we don't get the kind of help that we need sometimes from the federal government on some of these things. We're going to have to help ourselves. If we can develop and use some of our own energy and generate jobs and revenue that way, I think that's helpful. The location of some of these data centers, we have to take real consideration of where they're being placed and how they're being developed. I appreciate the fact that our system right now requires that you go through a process with our State Division of Environmental Protection for permits for the various stages of the development. And then you go through our Department of Commerce for some approvals as well. And I hope that's a regulatory format that makes sense and will be applied properly. It's not the Wild West. There's not anybody can put anything anywhere they want. That's not the case, despite what some people are saying. So I think we have a regulatory process in place that protects the interests of West Virginia, ensures that there will be, successful developments, and that the con men are sent packing.
What do you think of Miller's proposal, Finley, that that West Virginia becomes the data center capital of the world?
Well, I mean, that sounds a lot like what Patrick Morrisey, the governor, has been saying for a while. I mean, listen, I think the elected officials are going to be more careful what they say. I think opposition to data centers are a Chinese psyop for the most part. I mean, there's been a lot of funding from C4s and various dark money groups that are just pumping out tons of misinformation to try and prevent it, because data centers are one of the only areas where we're actually leading the Chinese in terms of the total development costs, or the total amount of compute that's being put out there. So HB 2014 from 2025, as Senator Oliverio mentioned previously, really made us very attractive to data centers. We've landed a couple. We definitely have the power. We definitely have the water. The problem is we don't have a lot of flat land. That really does kind of limit some of the areas. But one of the things that HB 2014 did was allowed for the revenue from data centers to be spread across the entire state, which is definitely good, because, as Senator mentioned, these localities do need additional funds. The severance tax, which is how a lot of the state is funded. Coal and natural gas prices are doing well right now, but that's a boom bust cycle. We need some additional stabilizing revenue for the long term, and data centers can do that. I think we just need to make sure that they're attracted, that they're responsible. That, as Oliverio mentioned, there are several people that like to announce projects and then nothing comes from it. You give them a lot of enticements to come, and then they put a shovel in the ground and then leave. I think that the current administration has largely solved a good deal of that. But the more data centers, the better. You look across right across from Mike Height in Loudoun County, they have been able to massively decrease their personal property tax and their property tax overall, because the data centers are just flooding their coffers with funds. So if we can do that,
but yet people hate them. I mean,
people hate them because you have hundreds of thousands of dollars for coming in being spent with dark money groups, telling them that it's going to pollute their water and that it's going to create lots of noise and all of this stuff. And largely, there's a client that I have that's an economic development client, and we look at kind of some of this opposition group that was a really tiny small group was like, we looked at their 990, which is the IRS form. They're getting $25K, $50K a year in revenue. Suddenly it's $300,000, and that's dark money, so we don't know where exactly it's coming from. But that's not a unique situation in the country right now. You're seeing it everywhere. The New York Times and Wall Street Journal have done reports about these various kind of Soros, and there's this guy, this Maoist who lives over in China now, who's married to a Code Pink founder, dumping so much money into these dark money groups. So I think they find people to loudly show up at meetings, but and if you ask them in general, sure, they after you spend a bunch of money, they aren't that popular. But once people see their tax bills getting lower dramatically and see people staying here long term, I think that they'll be a lot more popular, frankly.
So Finley, you're taking the position that most of the opposition is coming from dark money, and you believe that it's Chi-Com psyop, that somehow
Yes.
it's going to funnel its way back to the CCP, because obviously they want to stop our AI development so they can catch up with us because they're way behind, which is the position that President Trump has taken, that we've got to stay ahead of them, and to
Yeah.
stay ahead of them, you're going to have the data centers. I mean, is that your basically?
Yeah, that's the premise, and I mean, and Shelley Moore Cappo is doing some tremendous work, our U.S. Senator, on permitting reform to make sure that we can properly put in all the problem is less the data centers, it's getting the energy online in time to prevent everyone's power rates from spiking. And the president has also done some agreements on making sure that the hyperscalers, the big tech companies, are going to be paying for their own power for these data centers instead of it just being foisted onto the grid. So, but yeah, we need to go. We're in a race with China. We need to go and get power stations online, get data centers online. West Virginia is uniquely situated for that. To
I mean, look, I think Miller might be onto something. Just go big or go home. Okay, we're running out of time, but I'm just going to ask one question: yes or no? Not a trick question, just yes or no or don't know. Is we heard through the grapevine, Senator Justice really hates his job. He doesn't like the Senate. The dog doesn't like the Senate. He wants out. Is Justice going to run for governor in 2028 against Patrick Morrissey? Yes or no? Oliverio.
I don't know.
Height.
Yes.
Finley.
You're breaking up. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Height says yes. I'm with Height.
Big Daddy's coming home.
I think he comes back and runs for governor. I don't think Baby Dog likes the Senate. I think he's getting out. Height's got it nailed, Mike. You nailed that one at the end. Mike Height nailed it.
Baby Dog wants to see his portrait in the Capitol.
He's coming back.
Isn't he already there? He's already there.
Coming back. All right, guys. First edition. This was a great one of Mountaineer Mavericks. Now we got to rope Oliverio into our pregame show on Friday. Now that I'm comfortable that your video works. I was a little suspect there, but now I'm good. So Oliverio, pregame show analyst, starting a new career on WV Sports Nation. The hours are long and the pay is nothing. Thanks for contributing your time, Senator. All right,
you can pay me in ballpark hot dogs.
Statler will buy you one.